welcome back to the 2024 PMSL SEA Fall, and I'm gonna be your host for today. I'm Windy, by the way, and joining me on stage we have Iftar from TODAK and also TODAK's managers Nazmi. Hello guys.
Hello.
Hello. So, for the first 2 weeks, it didn't go as planned for TODAK, and I want to know what changes or adjustment have you made to heading into this final week.
Okay, untuk minggu kedua, minggu pertama dan minggu kedua, plan TODAK tak menjadi. So, apakah preparation untuk minggu yang terakhir ini?
Buat minggu ketiga, kita orang nak prepare bagus-bagus lah supaya kita orang boleh reset balik mental kita orang. So, kita orang adalah pergi Bromo, yang lain adalah pergi makan-makan kat mall. So, kita orang pun dah ready lah untuk ke week 3 ni untuk buat yang lebih baik dan dapat maximal point untuk Super Sunday.
So what Ita says is that despite the performance and the setback that we had from the previous 2 weeks, even though they didn't perform, but they took the time to go for holiday in Bromo to climb the mountain. And on top of that, the others also, like, they went out to go and eat, enjoy the Indonesian food. So for the third week, they have reset their mental and fully focused to get the maximum point as much as they can.
Oh, great. And I want to know, how was your Bromo trip, Iftar?
Bagaimana trip ke Bromo?
Penat, tak ada nafas.
Tired, he can't breathe, and but luckily there's a horse that's managed to able to carry them on top until the journey.
Okay, and despite the challenge, what has kept the team motivated and focused on pushing forwards?
So atas cabaran yang dihadapi minggu pertama dan minggu kedua, apakah preparation untuk pergi ke minggu? Sorry, what's the question again?
So, despite the challenges, what has kept the team motivated and focused on pushing forwards?
Okay, atas cabaran minggu pertama dan minggu kedua, macam mana korang keep motivated untuk main week ketiga ini?
Bagi kita orang, player semua tak putus asa, diorang pun fikir ini kerja. So, kita harus move on lah yang week 1, week 2. So, kita akan buat lebih baik lah minggu ni.
Okay, so the players have fully reset, as what Iftar said, and they are fully focused for the week 3. And they don't, even though what happened in week 1 and week 2, they make sure that it doesn't affect them coming into the week 3.
Yes, and if you keep that as a motivation, I'm sure you're gonna do well for this week. So good luck for TODAK. And for the last thing, do you feel that the difficulties in the earlier weeks have made your team stronger or more prepared for this critical moment?
Atas cabaran yang dilalui lagi sekali, apakah
So, what have made your team stronger or prepare for this critical moment?
Apa yang membuatkan pasukan ini lebih kuat dan preparation kita lah untuk minggu ketiga ni?
Macam biasa, main dan fokus, kumpul poin yang banyak.
Sorry?
Kumpul poin yang banyak.
Oh, so what Iftar says is that just play, screams even at the hotel, even though there's no practice, but they still find the time to practice and get as much point as they can for this third week. Yes.
And from 1 to 10, how confident are you, Iftar, to go to Super Sunday in this week?
1 ke 10, berapa confident kan anda untuk lepas ke Super Sunday?
Semua orang mesti cakap 10. Saya pun 10 lah.
What he says is that he lives by the motto of our company, which is TODAK Langgar, and he will try to be confident and he will give 10.
Alright, thank you so much, Iftar, and thank you so much for the translation, Nazmi. And everyone, as we know, this is the final week before the grand final, and it's the last chance also for all the team to secure their spot into Ultimate Showdown. And I believe the pressure is on now, and who will rise to the occasion and make it through? And now, let's find it out together, and now let's toss it to our casters to see all the actions.
Well, Nazmi is also the manager for TODAK, by the way. Welcome back for the final week of the group stage in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2024. Together with us, my name is Sir Club, together with the amazing Juju. And we can't wait to get this final week started.
And speaking of final week, there are teams that make it through the Super Sunday. I hope they can actually try to push as much as they can, because we do know, based on Alliance and also like PANDUM last week, within one day they can actually push down the teams like BTR, get themselves twice in a row for Super Sunday, push down all the way down there.
Yeah, I know, right? So at least they did well in that. The one chance to be in the Super Sunday last week, that is. Of course, the fight is not over, just like what Ifta said in the interview, especially for teams who have not made it into the Super Sunday yet. So looking at teams like TODAK and also PEA.
Yeah, for PEA, TODAK, don't forget about the Infinity as well. I mean, they are not playing here when it comes to Group B, of course. This is going to be the only 3 teams that never touched any Super Sundays before. But we also have to highlight for the teams that will be playing here today, Group A and Group C. And that's going to be FAZE climb from Group B when it comes to the highlight, maybe because of how they climb all the way down there towards their Super Sunday. So don't forget about Team Secret. It seems like the Vietnam and the Thai team seems to rise up when it comes to week number 2.
Yeah, so that's why we are highlighting FaZe Clan and also Team Secret. And FaZe Clan have been amazing during last week's Super Sunday, and they did really well. I mean, there were a lot of highlight moments as well, and it came from pretty much the whole team. And one of the more excited players, of course, has to be Mormon.
I don't know how he gets his energy every single day. He's super energetic all the time, super hyped up. But I mean, like, based on their performance, they should celebrate. Despite we saw Mela swing a lot when it comes to this highlight. But when it comes to the circle last week, especially Erangel, we had so much bridge circle.
Oh yeah, that gave advantage to Team Secret as they like to drop inside of Novo. And if we can see from the highlights here, when they get the kind of circle, they're a pretty happy team. In fact, overall, they were happy last week with a great performance as well. So they ended up 2nd place in the league standing as of last week. So we can see how happy they are as well with their performance at this moment.
Yeah, when it comes to performance, why? I mean, there's a reason why Team Secret pushed all the way towards the 2nd place based on our weekly rankings. FaZe Clan Vampires Team Secret seems to be having a bit of a turn tide when it comes to this season, but we're gonna have to wait and see for week number 3. Alter Ego being pushed down to 4th place, and MORPH RRQ as well following up with the Xavier 2nd page. We don't see any Boom on the 1st page though.
Yeah, Boom unfortunately or surprisingly did not make it into last week's Super Sunday. And like what you said, if they are not on page 1, then they are in a scary position. So they have to make it to this week's Super Sunday. As of now, because of their week 1 Super Sunday, they only managed to collect 22 points. As of now, in the weekly rankings, they are 22 points at number 20 only.
Now, the main objective for the teams that still didn't make to the top 16 is getting to the grand finals, and first and foremost is going to be the Super Sunday. So like it or not, they have to just deal with it that it's going to be the last Super Sunday for them when it comes to the final week of the group stage.
Yeah, it's going to be scary for like TODAK, Infinity and PA. No nego. They must make it into this week's Super Sunday or they are automatically out. And this will be the groups for this week as we reshuffle based on their performance. And today we're going to put focus on Group A versus Group C. So some of your favorite teams are here, some of the favorite teams might not, and they will be back again tomorrow in Group B.
We always talk about Group B. It's going to be the most fortunate one because they'll be playing tomorrow. They managed to revise the other team's rotation when it comes to the final week, and they get to change their fate when it comes to the last day of group stage. So we're going to have to wait and see what will they offer us when it comes to this week's Group B. And who do you think will be the group of death when it comes to the final week group stage here?
So I had a look before we started, right? I mean, frankly speaking, I think by now it's quite balanced, but we'll talk about that in a little bit more as we go through our schedule here. We are on the final week of the group stages, and past this week is going to be the grand finals.
Yep, when it comes to group stage, we're down to the final week. We're going to have this starting on Wednesday, Thursday to Friday, which is going to be starting off with A and C. But when it comes to the points, I think this is pretty straightforward. Grand finals, whoever get the most points out of 3 weeks long of league stage would get a head start point with 30 points. That's a huge amount as an advantage.
Yes, and the huge amount will come in the form of a prize pool of $200,000 US together with this amazing PMSL trophies. And we will be comparing these two teams' stats before we head on to our game here. So FaZe Clan and Team Secret is being compared. As of now, they are the number 1 and number 2 team in the weekly rankings, but all the stats favor to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, based on how they actually played their firepower last week, I mean, it's not the rise of FaZe Clan, but I want to see whether they can carry out the momentum since last week, seeing this for Team Secret here. And despite their numbers, did not actually match up to the side of FaZe Clan, but hey, when it comes to strategy-wise, they're pretty okay themselves.
Yeah, I know, right? But the competition will be tight here. Just look at some of the numbers. Top 4 fraggers so far. Alter Ego still on top, 5.2, followed by Vampire Esports, 4.8, and we got NKT up here as well, 4.5, and Xavier 4.4. Now, out of these teams, the newer team is NKT, as they just joined us this year through the PMSL Thailand, and they managed to make their way up.
But speaking of the top place, it's going to be the same name here, despite they're not actually up there when it comes to the overall ranking. But hey, it's still going to be Rosemary dealing with the most average damage out there, 459. But Underglug, I'm surprised how he chased all the way up Alliance, despite they only had one Super Sunday push all the way for the Gunslinger 2 and Tony K. Now, this is going to be your usual names. Dammer is down there as well. The gap is very minute, if you ask me.
Yeah, and his average damage numbers will need to be kept up there because GEEK Fam is one of those teams who missed out on last week's Super Sunday, so he will need to put on a superb performance to shoot them back up into this week's Super Sunday. And speaking about this week, as usual, the map sequence is going to be the same. We're going to start off with Sanhok. We're going to play the first two Erangels before we go on to a break. And when we come back for the second half, it will be one more Erangel. And we'll wrap the day up with 2 Miramars. The time here will be based on GMT +7. So wherever you're watching this, ladies and gentlemen, do adjust accordingly to your respective time zone.
Yeah, make sure that you don't, you won't be late when it comes to the group stage, because it's going to be done by the blink of an eye. Because these days, I think the game feels like a bit, especially when it comes to a Crazy Circle, the game seems to be a bit faster than it's usual. But we hit a lot of stage 9, but a lot of teams been taken out around stage 4 or 5, depending on the circle. If tucked into one corner, then we're probably going to have 7 teams left at stage number 6.
Yeah, I know, right? And especially when you talk about circles, it's very relevant to Sanhok. We're seeing a lot of Chem Alpha circles, even though Alter Ego isn't playing. So whichever team who's able to make it to Chem Alpha circle, or even better, they start their drop in Chem Alpha circle, they will have a good advantage when the circle goes there. But of course, if the circle goes otherwise, then it will be a separate conversation altogether. But here are some of our teams to focus. So I personally have picked TODAK and PA since they have not gone to Super Sunday yet. How about your picks?
I mean, that's one of the many reasons too. But for Roy, Roy definitely need to go to the Super Sunday, man. Especially today, I assume they want to redeem themselves that very small last-minute blunder thanks to GEEK Fam. That's why we have it in the same lineup here. So.
Then you had to put both of them together, right?
Yeah, that's the fun part of it. I want to see, can Roy get their revenge against GEEK Fam or not? So I assume these two teams might get it personal here today.
I like that narrative. So that's something that we want to see, right? Will Roy do the hot drop onto GEEK Fam just because
yes.
It's if we don't go to third Super Sunday, you ain't going to third Super Sunday too.
Oh man, that's gonna be fun to watch as well. And in case you guys don't know what we're talking about, no clue about it as well, just check the VODs last week when it comes to the last day of a last chance qualifier or the last chance stage, where GEEK Fam did not going, so they dragged Roy along with them in the very last minute too. Man, that was nice.
Man, that is arguably the most heartbreaking story in this year, the entire year's PMSL.
You make me feel like I'm a mean person when I say it was nice now.
Yeah, it's nice for us as viewers, right? It creates a great storyline, but to the teams, it's like, I still want to know what happened behind the scenes after that. It's like, how many security members do they need to call to the arena? Because I can imagine, they're not talking now.
I do want to know behind the scene as well, do these guys actually even, have a bit of a stare game by the end when they're being eliminated or not? If only we had that camera, the player's reaction camera happen during that time, would be pretty cool, because we had so many good moments and incredible emotions and expression by the players for this season. That's amazing, man.
Yeah, I know, right? That's great. We can see the players really starting to put up their personality, and it's more than moments. So it's nice to see other players stepping up. Like Sata had a good interview as well. So I love to see that sort of personality too. And you know what else I love to see? Die Hard is playing for SERXIA.
Oh, I love that. They need all the big guns here down here right now for every single team, especially for the teams like XERXIA, even for the teams that playing with their reserve before, like we talked about the side of RQ, which they're not playing it today. But I do want to see Vampires. Definitely they're going to put back Tony K, right? Tony K cannot even miss any single map for today and also for the rest of the week.
Yeah, Tony K, even his stats shows that he's one of the top average damage dealers. So Tony K definitely has to be in the lineup for Vampire Esports, and they got to keep him fresh as well throughout. So today will be a start of a new week. Everything will be back to zero and new rivalries will form. So will be exciting to see what's going to happen here inside of our game number 1 in Sanhok. The light is now green and our timer is about to tick down. I thought I was about to be scammed earlier on. I was a bit worried there. But
I think
anyway,
you definitely get scammed, yeah.
yeah, a little bit there. I was off my timing. Thanks to that timer. But yep, no off. Let's go on.
And we're gonna watch over when it comes to the only Sanhok map in the day. A lot of teams dropping themselves in Camp Alpha Island, and we talked about this island. We only had one circle Harteen Cloud, and that's just it. The rest of it is gonna be more to this Tree Island bootcamp area, ruins. We had a couple of finance, even at the southern side of Camp Alpha.
Yeah, and whether you give them a Camp Alpha Island circle or you give them a main peninsula circle, just look at the stats. Alter Ego, they love Sanhok. 13.2, and the closest competition is 8.5. We're talking about average here, which is GEEK fam. So it just shows that Alter Ego is superior inside of Sanhok, irregardless of whatever circle that you give them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, we kind of can throw them as king of Sanhok for now. They got the most chicken in Sanhok as well. But unfortunately, Tony K, we just mentioned about them against Achu, also one of the pillar player for the side of PANDUM. Unfortunately, Tony K being outplayed this time.
Wow, he actually went behind the wall and Achu had backup to knock down Tony K. And Tony K will be the first one to be eliminated. Team PANDUM scores their first blood thanks to long-range backup as well. So great work there by Team PANDUM.
Yeah, PANDUM, that was unusual. And I don't know why Tony K is there by himself, because we just dropped ourselves into the game. Maybe they were planning to go for that 1-1-1-1 formation where everybody for themselves. Or maybe he just happened to be there as a scouter as well. So we're going to have to wait and see where are the rest of Vampires, where we saw Tony K being eliminated just now. Whilst for PANDUM, I mean, like, you managed to shut down in one of the highest eliminator out there.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a crucial elimination for them. And plus, they happen to be neighbors with Vampires since they drop in ruins. I believe I noticed that the circle was towards the right side where bootcamp is at. So ruins would want to go there. We get a replay of whatever happened. Oh, it was Dinzy from this distance. Nice shot with the UMP. And Achil would say, "Hyuk, ha, hyuk."
But he got outplayed. I think he's been distracted with Achul around the corner as well. Give so much window for the side of DMZ to shoot him down. But the rest of the team seems like no more early skirmish. So I assume everybody got himself marked territory for now. No early hot drops or clashes anymore. So we're going to have to wait for this. Did you actually see the circle just now, by the way? Oh, there you go.
Ask and you will be granted. So we're going to get a right-sided circle, and it's centered around the area of Ban, a little bit towards the Paradise Resort, where the Xavier loves that kind of circle. So it's a good start for teams who are on the main peninsula, but it's going to be a challenge for Alter Ego to get across.
Yep. Well, Alter Ego, I mean, we've seen how they went beast mode last week, right? They just bulldozed everybody across the path. So I'm not surprised if they can pull that off again here. But you know what? Also, speaking of the teams that really need the points here today, probably going to be XERXIA. I'm not surprised if they're going to go out of their way to just jump for the numbers here, because XERXIA, they only had one Super Sunday. And we saw how Diehard can carry it, not really carry it by himself though, how he changed the dynamic for the team.
Yeah, it's a crucial inclusion for the team, right? We can see that XERXIA significantly performed when he made his debut on the first day last week, which is the last chance qualifiers, and they had a good time with going through, And then their Super Sunday, their first Super Sunday was okay considering that they had one Super Sunday, 33 points collected, so that's fine. In fact, that's better than some of the other teams who had one Super Sunday as well. So on average, they're pretty okay. So it does justify Die Hard to still remain in the lineup.
Speaking of in the lineup, well, Roy, I mean, like, this is no Miramar, but I assume, well, flips happen all the time too. So, Roy, despite they had really unfortunate run when it comes to the last chance last week, this is going to be their time to just push it all the way. I'm speaking of the teams that desperate for the points this week. It's going to be Alliance as well. Now, Alliance, despite they only had one Super Sunday, they are one of the teams that managed to push themselves in the top 16 within one day.
Yeah, I know, right? They had a really good haul. It's like whatever that they have kept from week one is all brought into that second Super Sunday. But in order for them to have a good insurance policy to pass through to the grand finals, they still need to make it into this week's Super Sunday. And whatever it is, they still need to collect a good amount of starting points in the grand finals anyway. So to get into this week's Super Sunday, it is in the plan of any of these teams, even though they are doing comfortably in the 2-week Super Sunday that some of the teams went for.
Yep. I mean, it's very different week 1, week 2, if you see of the performance of the team. I assume when it comes to week 3, day 1, we can have some quiet start due to how teams now pressured by the fact that they need to make sure they will get into the Super Sunday. But unfortunately, there's only going to be 16 slot by end of our Friday run. So, like, somebody will push down. Now, in that case, I do hope, I mean, like, this sounds mean, but I do hope Team Secret and FaZe Clan, even Vampires, all the top teams will not make it to this Super Sunday. Just to have a better storyline, Imagine all the teams and on top actually didn't make it to the Super Sunday. Now, that's going to be a very fun calculation by end of our league stage.
Yeah, I get that. It's also to add to the drama to the entire PMSL, right? And if they don't make it, well, with the points collected, they would probably still go to Super Sunday. But who will be like the champion of the Super Sundays? That will be the bigger question. But no question here, as RNJ, long range and knock, and also a direct elimination onto Porsche. So that's a beautiful one there. But for Roy, unfortunately, not so beautiful for them. Let's also remember they missed out on last week's Super Sunday, so they cannot afford to drop games this week.
Speaking of teams dropping their games or dropping their members, that's going to be PEA, another team that never touched any Super Sunday this season. Now, they definitely cannot afford to even lose a map. We're talking about they have to have progress every single map, not even a 0 in any single run here today because of how they're just far left behind without any points in Super Sunday. So they have to make sure 100% to be in when it comes to this week. But PANDUM is also one of the teams that had only one Super Sunday. And speaking of which, a lot of teams now, due to some swaps of Super Sunday last week, some teams didn't make it through. Then we have so many teams that only had one Super Sunday. But we have quite an interesting circle. Xavier is definitely going to be celebrating this.
Yeah, they would love a Paradise Resort circle. It's their regular drop spot. Boom Esports on the northern side. So they still have the circle, so that's absolutely fine. I'm curious to see where Alter Ego is. Alter Ego, they are still in the Camp Alpha Island, so they are going to take their time. But from our view, there are no bridge campers, so it should be an okay pass-through for them.
Crit VIP, I mean, quite a roller coaster ride. Week 1, amazing, aggressive. Week 2, tamed down a bit in the last minute, push up. Now, can they start all the way cylinders out when it comes to week number 3? I mean, they have the capability. It's just whether they have the confidence or not. But we're talking about these Xaviers that might actually hold this circle. And these Xaviers know this circle and know this compound so well. I mean, it's going to be difficult when it comes to taking or flush them out, because the Xavier is one of the teams that's balancing out offensive and defensive side.
Yeah, and since you mentioned about Crit VIP, so they are fielding newbies today, as he just came back from his Sukma campaign last week, in which Brunei won the gold medal for the PUBG Mobile category. So new and refreshed newbies after a win in Sukma is in the lineup and he's replacing Helton, at least for game number 1. So coming in with a player who's have this vigor or has this motivation, and after being a champion in a national event, I believe that would give some level of motivation or some push to Creep VIP.
I agree. It's going to be the highest pushing when it comes to adrenaline rush, and definitely more confidence though. But at the same time, after you got yourself some title, there'll be some pressure too for the teams. Whether how they want to see the perspective, it will affect them in the game. And speaking of affecting them in the game, Talon seems to be contesting to a side of GEEK Fam. I wouldn't say Talon had the best sweet spot they actually right now staying at, because they need to cut across GEEK Fam. But for GEEK Fam, they hardly visualize any players of Talon in that position too.
Yeah, and looks like that kind of devisualization actually cost them one player. And GEEK Fam, that one player is still bleeding out. It's going to be Izane on top of that hill. I don't see any other players of GEEK Fam going towards him. Okay, maybe Mika, but he's not able to make it in time. So it's more of him inheriting the spoils of Izane from that elimination now.
Back to a side of Linux. Trying to find covers. Unfortunately, the curve will make them a bit blinded for now to a side of GEEK Fam. And GEEK Fam, I love the fact they kind of decide, you know what, this is going to be one of those early conflicts that's unnecessary for them. So I mean, for both teams, definitely they don't want to engage so early, because we're still not hitting stage number 2. We're still waiting for the circle will be right on top of Paradise Resort or not. But for GEEK Fam, I feel like they want to commit, but PANDUM taking another fight here early on.
Oh, this time with TODAK. And TODAK, they lost one player in the process. Okay, hopefully we get a replay later on what actually happened. But if you look at their position, they are on the southern side. So both TODAK and PANDUM next to each other. Circle-wise, it went up north. Alter Ego will love this kind of circle because they're by the bridge on the left side. So when they cut across, they'll be immediately in the circle unchallenged.
Speaking of unchallenged, one team coming up from left side, like you mentioned, Alter Ego, the only team that entering into his left that's going to be quite vacant on north, but Talon. Now, despite GEEK Fam know they're being tailed before, but they did not try to reposition themselves, despite they got themselves those exit out. They had the opportunity of window to get out from this fight. They probably try to gatekeep Talon, but unfortunately, with not enough men, definitely will not really play so well for them. But NKT and Alliance, how things gonna fare between these two teams?
Yeah, right now NKT, 2 players down to the hands of Alliance as Alliance rush into the compound. The other member of NKT, based on the minimap, tries to get away. At the same time, the elimination feed is rolling between GEEK Fam and Talon. Audrey eliminated, Yoru got him. Joker from NKT eliminated by Jimmy. And on the mini screen, we do see that Talon has 3 active players left after the fight with GEEK Fam.
A lot of teams seems to be taking the blue zone, including Talon there. Boom, taking out XERXIA. NKT, they definitely need to build this one out for this vehicle. If there's another team who seems to be gunning down this buggy, he's definitely going to, you know, knock down without any help. But XERXIA die hard. We just mentioned about how they are in dire need of positions, but unfortunately left with only die hard to deal against the entirety of TODAK. And we have another new fight coming in, crushing Creep VIP towards Boom.
Oh yeah, and they are targeting one, but oh, Putra got punished as she was rushing towards Yummy. And Yummy with the DBS. Okay, he still has his other teammate together with him. And Pombe is on the other side with his own DBS as well, circling around. And with that rush in by Crit VIP, they only managed to get 1 elimination point. Boom! ESPORTS defended their ground.
Failed attempt, but I have to give it the credit side of Boom. Seems like they are slowly coming back this season with quite a defense just now. PA taking on PANDUM players. I mean, I saw PA lost early one player before, but they're gonna fight it back for the side of PANDUM for GEEK Fam. Last player, Mika, to hold against Steve Empire's player. I mean, it's gonna be a shotgun play. It's a done deal. I don't think GEEK Fam scored. At least they scored 1 elimination.
And we might see another elimination now. The fact that Kido is below the members of Team PANDUM. He got 1. Okay, 2 more to go. Let's see if he can pull off a big clutch here. But they're surrounding Kido. Oh, Kido gets another one. This could be a big one by Kido. Kido, 1v1 gameplay right now, but he still fails to win the 1v1 fight against Jobranki.
It's Jobranki that we're talking about. But Maxius will have to bleed out and left to dry down there. Unfortunately, Jabrangi could not revive every single one of them on time. And speaking of the Blues, and they're quite deep into it, but Circle shrink even further. That's going to be few teams that will try to take top mod compounds, but Alter Ego, they got quite a field to play with. That's going to be a map control on the left side just solely by Alter Ego. Whoever tried to go against VOIN Donkey, this is going to be difficult for latecomers.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting, right? Because VOIN Donkey, they're on one side of the road, and Alter Ego is on the other side. So the more interesting part is for Vampire Esports to kind of pick up poison. And they pick Alter Ego, well, not like they know, but looks like they're going to crash in onto this compound. Shrubs is pretty low on health right now. They're playing without Tony K, so this is a big advantage to Alter Ego.
Stone ready himself with the DBS swap over to rifles, try to scout out the rest of Alter Ego, got himself some elevations. It's going to be just Boych and Octa taking the front line. But problem is there's going to be some wall separating them and Vampire at the same time. And Vampire, they lost Tony K, so there's no off-angle shot from Tony K for this one. So Vampires, they have to deal this by themselves. They have to fan out and spread out if they were to take down Alter Ego. But it's not just these two teams. VOIN Donkey is spraying over Octa and Boych the moment they try to reposition themselves.
And looks like for Alter Ego, they are going in for the hunt now against the other members of Vampire Esports. Shrubs still in the same building as Nuzi, so Nuzi is going to go for the pickup. I wonder if Alter Ego will continue to pursue now, as Alter Ego looks like they're still going to let this one go. They're going to play it safe for now. Perhaps worry that in case VOIN Donkey becomes a third party if they continue to fight with Vampire.
They definitely did the third party all right. VOIN Donkey managed to knock down on Stone. That's going to leave Vampire's only one player standing, which can be Nuzi. And Nuzi to revive and to deal with Alter Ego and VOIN Donkey at the same time. That's going to be super difficult by himself. And speaking of difficulties, here comes another team crashing into the Xaviers. First, it's probably going to be XERXIA, Alliance, XERXIA last player, Alliance, and also the rest of Roy from behind.
Oh, and Twice playing today. So this is also his debut in this season's PMSL. So we got the two debutants at least that we noticed. Twice including newbies. But for Roy, okay, the team that really needs to get in. So now they are fighting up against multiple teams. Alliance as well as the Xavier now because they're on the outside of the circle. And looking at the circle, it's going to shrink even further. And it goes up north where Boom Esports is at.
Exactly what compound it is. And Alter Ego, I mean, they have some injuries going over towards the center of the circle with the sprays coming up from VOIN Donkey. The fork of the road really make it difficult for any team to cut across from the southern side. Next play then also is another issue for the teams that's way deep into it, including Roy and the Xaviers and Junos. Taken out by the Xaviers Project. I'm looking for how Chua plays alongside with the Xaviers since we haven't seen him in quite a long time. So how will the dynamic, how can he keep up with the momentum of the other players?
Well, he just answered your question. He scored one elimination for D Xavier, so maybe that's a testament to his comeback here for the D Xavier lineup. But Vampire Esports, Stone tried something fairly ambitious to get a knock onto the member of Alter Ego on top of this hill, and he got punished for it. Rosemary will secure that elimination point, now leaving Nuzi, the final member of Vampire Esports, in the building.
Oh, well, taking some elevations, got himself a sweet angle from above, but unfortunately, they will take down by the Blues if they don't start to move now. And speaking of Alter Ego, the fog against the VOIN Donkey is still there, so VOIN Donkey will gatekeep, Nuzi included. I don't see how Nuzi going to come out of this unless they can just bombard the entirety of VOIN Donkey. Then it's going to be a clutch or nothing at all.
Yeah, so looks like the answer could be nothing at all. Yeah, but VOIN Donkey, wait a second. Oh, Talon's actually shooting at them. Okay, that's interesting. Talon coming up from behind. Looking at Nuzi, he has only 2 first aids left. I doubt he'll be able to make it. But the bigger question is that now if VOIN Donkey can make it as Talon happens surrounded. We move over to D Xavier now. 5 eliminations in the game. And they're also targeting VOIN Donkeys.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey's left, right, center with some bullets flying over the side, including TODAK coming up from the inner side of the circle, if not being careful himself. And the Xavier, I feel like it seems like it's just naturally done for the Xavier's Chua coming in as well. So all they need to do is just gatekeeping to a side of VOIN Donkey, but we'd have the circle shrink even furthermore. It's going to be south or the northern side of the circle, and so far, the north seems to be overly occupied compared to the south.
Yeah, and Boom Esports is there, so great stuff for them to still have that circle, and they have that warehouse for them to play with inside of that mob. But for the Xavier, okay, they don't have the circle now. They have to move a bit forward, and we can see based on our screen that TODAK is in front of them. Outer Ego, looks like they're losing players here. Alpha 7 will fall to Trang from Team Secret, as they will still need to get their way into the circle last we saw.
Alter Ego, despite had some rough journey early on, they got themselves the warehouse, TODAK right across. Whoever not getting themselves compounded is going to be a difficult sort of circle for them to get an entry in. Octas, but our Team Secret, Strong's down on the ground, might be stolen away by a different team because of how close they are right now and how open Team Secret players are. Boom might just gatekeeping this or even steal away from, well, where they stand.
Yeah, so this will be interesting, right? Boom, with their position away from other teams, they could take that long range shot to steal away eliminations. But Chua falls to Flex. Now Flex, with only about 10% of health, managed to get away from the blue just in time, but he did not get away from the crosshair of Cleon.
Nate's flying over to a side of a warehouse. Alter Ego repositioned. Serwas barely got any covers here. Boom. At least they got high four walls. Alliance taking on these Xaviers as well. And Parajin taking back VOIN Donkey. A three-way war going on in the backside. VOIN Donkey eliminated. Next, how? And Team Secret. Seems like they tried to flush out Boom. But Boom, they need to spread out. Lucky enough, they managed to revive on Trong, and Break can reset himself too. But how to just take down this fortress? I mean, this is going to be difficult for Team Secret to go in.
Oh yeah, plus this fortress is in the circle, but that could be the answer, Choo Choo. GK, knockdown Flyboy, beautiful blind nade past the window in, and this is time for Team Secret to come in onto Boom Esports. Boom Esports, they're scattered around. Trung gets another one more for the side of Boom Esports. Boom Esports now in trouble, and it's going to be Bombit, the last man standing. Trung finds him, and Boom Esports out.
We question how they actually can do it. Team Secret show us differently and defy the odds as well. Speaking of which, I mean, Team Secret have the pressure against the blue and barely got their entry into as that warehouse. They made a flush against Boom. Questionable for Boom's defense now, but TODAK being eliminated next. And Alter Ego, they also have to cross the road. Unfortunately, Team Secret didn't have the reset as Rosemary charging in with those DBS.
Oh, and Rosemary loves himself a good close quarters combat here. But he took a bit of damage from the outside, I believe, so he'll take him some time to heal up. And look at the circle. It actually shifted away from this warehouse. So Alter Ego, Team Secret will need to move away. But we're going to start off with a nade from GK onto Boychill. There's going to be a second crucial nade in this round.
Oh, Nate's halfway chipped through. Rosemary managed to negate and navigate himself away from those explosions. Team Secret taken out. Alter Ego Boychill's on the ground, but it's going to be back reverse. And the respawn coming up from Alter Ego was super crucial with that Nate knocking down on GK. Trung on the other end, will he be discovered by Alter Ego or not? An Alliance seems like they will be the third party in this one.
Oh yeah, Alliance will just stay away from these two fights. Wait for them to end and probably come in later as a third party. Now Team Secret will definitely lose GK here. He's knocked down by the beautiful nade Santa Claus. And Alliance, Leonti's starting to be sneaky here. He wants to go in for that flank. Alter Ego eliminates Team Secret. So now it's going to be 2v2 between Alter Ego and Alliance.
Oh, Alliance looking at the nades, they have plenty more against Alter Ego, who have left with only 2 hand grenade mollies, 2 extra on the side of Alliance, and a smoke too. It's all about landing the shots, and they got it done. Rosemary knocked down on Leo's. Next is going to be just Jimmy, but can Rosemary clutch both of them without the help of Ofta? Or Ofta drop the nade down to 50.
Wow, okay, beautiful one by Alter Ego. Now they're going for the rush in. Jimmy OP is going to be the last man standing, 1v2, and Alter Ego will wrap things up again. The king of Sanhok is undisputed.
Well, this is the throne they want to keep. when it comes to the maps here. Alter Ego, this definitely going to be their strongest map and the most confident they have throughout the entire day. Hopefully they can keep it going for the entirety of week 3, day 1. But how much did they score when it comes to those eliminations?
Yeah, last we checked, it's definitely more than 10, but we'll get the official scores in a little bit more. But again, it just shows that Alter Ego, whether they get the Cam Alpha Circle or not, they're still able to come out superior inside of the Sanhok map. So we're going to look over at some of the numbers here, and they managed to score 11 eliminations in this round.
Oh no, Alva, no problem. It seems with damage as per usual, it's going to be taken over by Rosemary. So we assume when it comes to top frag, it still will be at the number 1 list. But elimination wise, everybody pulled their weight, as well as Boychill. Despite his damage is not as much, but those eliminations and those throws were crucial for the team. I have to give it to Octa and Rosemary for this round.
Yeah, and speaking about Rosemary, just look at his stats again. With the 5 eliminations, 1,041 damage. He is the MVP this round. 162 damage received, 37% team contribution, and a survival time of 22 minutes, 27 seconds. And Rosemary, with his new hairstyle, comes up again and again as the MVP.
I mean, I'm sorry if you haters gonna bash me afterwards, but it does look a little bit like Charlie Chaplin. Charlie Chaplin?
Oh.
Charlie Chaplin? Yeah. If only he actually have a bit more darker mustache, it actually will seal the deal, and a bit of tuxedo. But you know what? Speaking of the other teams as well, Team Secret still keeping their momentum up. The Xaviers is also one of the most consistent, but Alliance definitely showing their fangs there.
Yeah, in case any of you watching out there, you know who Charlie Chaplin is? Yeah, we're in the same age category. Chichi just revealed herself. But other teams to be revealed here. Team Secret, Alliance, of course. But let's check out the best moments here by Alter Ego and Mr. Charlie Rosemary Chaplin.
Kings of Sanhok for now. Alter Ego trying to take the chicken dinner for the start of week 3, day number 1. 21 points on the side of Alter Ego. Team Secret, they settle at double digit too at 12 points, while the Xaviers and Alliance also score themselves double digit at 11 total points and 10 points respectively.
And no other team scored a double digit in the eliminations department other than Alter Ego. So what a run it is for them in this round. And some of the other highlight teams here, TODAK is in page 1, Boom Esports in page 1 as well. So this is the run that they would need here. But on page number 2, NKT, we did saw them in action earlier on, and unfortunately they went out fairly early, being the only team to not gain any points at all. But for GEEK Fam and Crit VIP, who also needs to be in the Super Sunday, looks like they only managed to collect 1 point in game 1.
Yep, NKT, I'm looking at them. They pretty much got themselves Super Sunday each of the week, but not scoring too much. So, I mean, this is going to be the team that definitely want to push themselves when it comes to the final week here. The Xavier's Alter Ego, I like this comparison. It used to be Lamborghini though on the side of the Xavier's, but we can see the rise of every single player of the Xavier's coming up when it comes to this season with 1,000 over. Damage coming out from Rosemary, well, we expect no less. But Levi on the other end, look at the damage difference though.
Yeah, it's 622 as compared to 1041, so it's about 400 damage difference there between him and Rosemary. Of course, Rosemary got the chicken dinner, so he had more opportunities to gain damage within this round. But speaking about damage, it's also converted to elimination. So we got Alter Ego here with 11 eliminations, that was quite clear, and followed by D Xavier with 8 eliminations, Team Secret with 7, and Team PANDUM with 6 eliminations. So the number 2, number 3, number 4, not too far away in terms of the eliminations. In fact, they stack up, but Alter Ego, they had a good gap here, being the kings of Sanhok.
Yep, but can they be the kings of the other maps too? We're heading over to Erangel very soon, and we always love to see Erangel fights, especially the second and third map of Erangel. Before we head into the break, is one and the last Erangel of the day, so it's going to be super crazy run, so make sure you guys don't miss that. I mean, like, even the first Erangel sometimes do surprise us with crazy circles too.
Yeah, so far the crazy ones have been like, well, obviously military-based circles have been insane. I remember in week 1, there was one military-based circle that actually went all the way down south. It was super duper hard. None of the bridges had that circle, so bridge camping did not work out well for any of those teams. So it was crazy. That was one that I could truly remember.
Yeah, the SMB 50-50 is also like one of the toughest one, right? The very south, like how you mentioned. But we don't see a lot of which part? We don't see a lot of left side. We had only once. I think that's going to be on the outskirts of where it ended up on top of Gatka Field by the end of the day. So it's not really left side of the circle. And we had only like what, once slightly towards the right side, which was around mentioned, and it was Stalber on the north right. We don't have anything on top of Milta either. So when it comes to week 1, to a lot of generous centralized circle, we all wait for the final week, right, where everything matters for the team. That's where the game make it even harder for the players.
Yeah, now that you mentioned some of the circles, right, I remember the circle that is like almost at the above Frosthot, that small island, and then we had the vampire Tony K moment in the water with the vehicle.
Oh.
Yeah, that was one of the memorable ones here. So if they were to release that moment again, then Vampire Esports wouldn't mind that kind of circle this time.
I mean, we want to see the broken buggy meta or strategy where they shoot it from inside of the water and just toss the nade from inside of the water. And I'm surprised how Tony K scored. That one was the also the record breaking for the side of Empires, right? When it comes to single player across a map by that one particular player when it comes to elimination, he scored more than double digit, or it was 10. I think it was 10. And the toss from the inside of the water make it so difficult for the players to find them from surface.
Yeah, it was definitely a good run there for Tony K. In fact, he survived very, very long all alone. But okay, I wishful thinking by them if they want that kind of circle again, because, well, we have the entire map to play at the circle. It's absolutely random. But for PEA, they themselves wouldn't mind a Stalber Kameshki circle because that's the regular drop spot. So if the circle can go there again, together with the flight path combined, PA that has not made it into Super Sunday at all wouldn't mind it.
But yeah, I mean, if they can pull off what Stone and Zonike did with the vehicle, there's a particular angle for the vehicle to actually park inside of water to actually pull that off, right? You cannot actually just park it in the center of the water and try to climb up. There's a certain angle to actually make it work. I want to see that again, if the other teams can actually try to copy out and try to put it up for their gameplay. But yeah, I agree. For the teams that are really in the need of points, this is going to be their time to push. No mistake can be made in any of the 2 days they'll be playing.
Oh, okay. Quick swap here by Crit VIP. Putra is going to sit out this, and Helton is going to come in. And so that also means that Newbie is going to keep his spot in the main lineup of Crit VIP. So quick swap here, and it's interesting to see because obviously Crit VIP before this they have not many options to swap because of Newbies having his national duties. So at least this time it gives them an option to like stop being some of players if they see some of their players are not in the right shape.
Speaking of the players not really in the right shape, I have to say PA, despite they had 2 players coming into their new lineup here, things don't seem so well compared to the other teams that's progressing. But you know what, enough talk, let's just fly into our first Erangel of the day, week number 3.
And here we go. We did talk about some of the flight path that might give advantage to crucial teams like PEA. And it looks like we're going to have a northern side flight path, but it's on the other side. We're going to start off from Saki all the way to Milta Power. So reaching to Stauber directly is still doable. But the team that would change their drop spot here is going to be Vampire Esports, as they are fans of early drops. Instead of going to Primos, they're going to start off around the area of Zaki.
Now, the circle ended up right on the southern side. There's going to be a tough journey for the teams because of how the flight path just leads more into the northern side. You mentioned about Zaki, only vampires, unless, I want to see if XERXIA are willing to give them a bit of challenge early on just to hot drop them sometimes, But speaking of also the scouters, keep your eye out. There might be some pickoffs early on.
Yeah, so the ones that also is tasked to collect vehicles. Yeah, that's going to be another risky area that teams will need to be prepared for. So looking over at the north, we're going to get Team PANDUM back into Saberni, so that's a regular drop for them. We don't have O2. If O2, then maybe they will drop into Saberni as well together with Team PANDUM. So no clashes up north there. But we're going to get potentially another military base circle.
It means everybody will have to move one direction down south, and good luck not colliding with other teams. This seems impossible. We might actually have only 7-8 teams when we hit stage number 4. So vehicles gonna be compulsory now. Whoever try to get into SMB first, they definitely gonna be the most advantageous of them all.
Yeah, because flight path does not directly allow teams to drop into SMB. Maybe Team Secrets could still go there to Novo towards the end, but yeah, we'll continue to observe that. But for majority of teams, well, they will need to make their way down. So we'll be observing that now. Okay, Team Secret directly drop into Novo, so that's a great spot by them to be in the SMB as the first team. And they're probably having the whole SMB to themselves now.
For now, we don't know if there's any newcomers coming in very soon. As long as they score themselves the vehicles, they're definitely going to fly over, just drive as fast as they can. But Team Secret, there was quite a risk for them to take a bit of a long parachute time. So at least it paid them well. And KT, now this is going to be the team that always on the rise in week number 1. But when it comes to week number 2, they slowly start to slow down. But I do hope we get to see them more in week number 3. I don't know, was it because of the group shuffle that make them slightly difficult to get their points in week number 2?
Yeah, so if we look at the current stats, well, of course, it's still game number 1, right? And it's Sanhok. So Sanhok is always that iffy map, as I always call it. But we're going to get something iffy now on the bridge. So we're going to get a road rage here between VOIN Donkeys and the Xavier. Not going to let Zeta go. Zeta has no space more to play with, and D Xavier will score the first elimination.
You won fast and furious. They gave you 1, but not so furious on the side of VOIN Donkey. Vaxi, he got nothing else, man. No helmet, level 1 vest, barely got enough ammunition. He just opened fire as well, but yeah, time to run. Not going to be great if he's been caught by these guys. Now, there you go.
Punished by Lamborghini. And Chua will be eliminated, by the way. And now VOIN Donkey, 2 players left. Potato tries to get away as far as possible. while the other player of VOIN Donkey tries to save Vexy. He's still around the corner. Okay, we got Razak there. Very, very close, but the members of D Xavier are still around, so Razak cannot move unless D Xavier clears this area.
There's no way Xavier is gonna just let them off like that. And he definitely spot another player out, which is gonna be Razak waiting around the bridge. And there you go, he gave himself away as well. Razak, a bit of trade-off. Unfortunately, he didn't score that one elimination against Lamborghini. So it's back to 3 plays on the side of Xavier. They scored 3 points as well. But at least for VOIN Donkey, they also scored 1. So it's not all empty-handed now.
Yeah, but it could be empty-handed for Boom now that they lost another player or their first player in this round, and they happen to bump into GEEK fam. Boom is making their way past the bridge though, so at least they'll be across. But if you think about it, right, this kind of circle, it still could be scammy. There is still a possibility that the circle might scam and go to main peninsula.
It feels like 100% SMB. I mean, like, if that slight chance of like what 10% land left around the main peninsula will ping pong all the way up, that might be you know, just the end of our world, possibly, based on this sort of circle. It's like what, almost 100% of SMB, with 2 bridges still taking a lot of those circles. I mean, definitely a lot of teams are trying to get themselves around SMB, or even talking about bridge camping. Were there any bridge campers out there?
Yeah, so it's going to be real interesting, right? Like, the bridge camp could happen both sides, depending on the circle as well. But Boom Esports, 3 players managed to get across, and looks like they're going to go in straight, but the Xavier is ready there. Bombit will be knocked down, and he is pretty much out in the open. No way for his other teammates to be able to revive him, and Parajin will say thank you for the point.
Whilst for the Boom side, scored 2 eliminations. Just now they only scored 4, quite early for the eliminations in the last Sanhok map. They cannot afford to lose another elimination early this one. Boom, all they need to do, I feel like they're only lacking for Boom for this season. That's going to be their positioning and placement points. It seems to be quite off the chart, where, I mean, we never question their firepower, but it's just rotation-wise, they seem to still hardly adapting towards the other teams too.
Well, yeah. Perhaps this round is a bit of an outlier, since the circle is also kind of iffy as well. But that's like what we like to see. But we also like to see Rosemary coming up here on the chart, and his preferred weapons. Okay, M4. Everyone loves an M4, but he mixed it up with a Mini 14, because at times he also takes a solo position, long range, scout, and sometimes a semi-support sort of role. So it does make sense why Mini 14 is one of his preferred weapons to have as a companion to his M4.
Well, maybe because the Mini 14 also, he actually worked things out in Miramar more than Erangel. I don't know. It feels like the Indonesian teams now slightly a pushback, maybe due to the rotation or reshuffle of the group as well. If you compare with week number 1, very different grouping compared to now the final week. Everybody seems to be a more stable grouping. There's no overpowered teams, and have to readapt every single week with another rotations of the other teams. Now that difficult on a different level. But the Xaviers, they're not alone here. We have TODAK. Last time we saw Team Secret is on SMB too, right?
Yeah, correct. So the Xavier, all of them managed to make it across, so that's fine. But of course, once they made it across, then, well, they need to defend other teams who also wants to come into SMB inside of it, that is. And TODAK, also got to give it to them. They made it across and they maintain a full squad. So it's great for them as a start. Now, they do have the numbers advantage against the Xavier, but navigating around inside of this mid to the base isn't that easy. But we also move over to Crit VIP. Now, they still have potato kills though with Vampire Esports.
Quite far away in deep main peninsula here. We're talking about stage number 1 still gonna hit. It will ping pong back to main peninsula. Nope. Now it feels 100%. I mean, that small patch, 1% of main peninsula outskirts of Erangel might be there, but we're definitely gonna go to SMB. A lot of teams, I think majority around like, well, out of 16, probably 10 already inside of a circle. Speaking of latecomers, PANDUM, Crit VIP, XERXIA, even Vampires moving in the same direction of left side of the bridge. Now that's gonna be a wild bridge later on.
Yeah, and I noticed that Boom Esports, they're waiting by the bridge as well. Despite them having 2 players, but they could still come up with something if they were to bridge camp this. But speaking of camping, Misery is not... Okay, he's camping on the other side, but he's not on the military base island itself. So for him to get across, they have to deal with NKT. So Triple F made it, but he has to open up that space enough for his other teammates to swim across.
I don't know how he can cover 5 from that distance, but with what he has, not really like 6 times scope on top of it. Well, there you go. Misery will make his life really miserable right now. Yeah, that's just it. I mean, Triple F, he didn't have any decent scope to just cover 5 from the back, by the way.
Yeah, he had a red dot and Misery with a Mini 14. So I guess weapons-wise, that was the answer. But that at least gave Talon some space to actually potentially cut across. Now if they can clear off the other members of NKT, then maybe they might take this swimming route here. But since they're not able to, looks like they're going to go for plan B. Probably going to cut across the bridge instead.
Well, B for bridge, but probably B for boat too if they want to take covers for the God. We don't see crazy golden nade from the God for quite some time now, 2 weeks in a row. Perhaps if he cannot pull it off a 3rd week here. But Triple F, will they try to make a U-turn to save him up? Feels like they're on their way to do that.
Okay, we'll continue to monitor that. But speaking about a team that's on the way, it's going to be Vampire Esports on the way towards Talon. And they're surrounding Talon right now. Vampire Esports not faced at all by the blue. Newsy will get a knock onto Misery. The Mini 14 a user early on. Linux will go down as well to the hands of Tony K. And this will be 2 points secured by Vampire Esports. Now, it's about Vampire Esports surviving the blue.
Yep, for Vampires, I mean, how to swim across the other side is another question that they need to think about here right now. Unless if they can score themselves a boat. But at least they have Tony K this time around. So, full squad, I mean, it's probably more than happy based on their last performance. But the nade by Break really broke the formation of Alter Ego. Rosemary on the ground bleeding down. But Break got shot from off angle by Octa.
Well, and the circle moved towards the left side. So this area is not within the circle. The God gets taken out by the blue, by the way. And now Team Secret will continue on 1 nade set across. This nade could be huge as Rosemary will be eliminated. Boys here now currently down, only left with Nocta. And Team Secret Break. He's going in for it as he prepares himself for the Russian. But there's still another member of Alter Ego in the blue behind, going towards the other teammates of Team Secret.
Break, if he can actually drop that 1 single nade to finish off the rest of Alter Ego, and that's going to be 1 more back on his knees for Octa. Boy, he managed to avoid those explosions just now, but it's going to be the silhouettes within the smoke they're trying to find. Team Secret Break with these shotguns, trying to randomly just shot from across, but GK might spot it out. Alva behind the rock. I mean, like Alva, he definitely got himself some first aid, right? Possibly he does.
This is where it would depend how many first aids he has. Okay, he could probably still has it, but Soas might not allow him to heal up as that final nade landed beautifully by Soas onto Alpha 7, and Alter Ego will be the first team to be eliminated.
From the very highs to the very lows, just got himself chicken in with double digit, now 0 eliminations. But Zerja, speaking of the wild bridge, here we go. Zerja gatekeeping to the side of Empires. Will they pull over? They probably will. Going in a zigzag manner, that's going to be Schweppes trying to just heal himself back up. Mega Mine and Mega Earth. What will these two Megas do?
Well, gonna drop a Mega nade onto Vampire Esports now. Okay, Yoru on top. Okay, he's gonna take advantage. Oh, good clear shot here. Okay, Yoru. He's gonna aim towards Nuzi.
No.
Okay, no, not yet. Okay, Tony K, a bigger target here. Tony K will be knocked down. And Tony K will be eliminated. But the moment he shoots, he reveals himself towards Schweppes. And he got eliminated. And Tony K will be safe for now.
I thought Vampires got sandwiched by two teams, Talon and Serja. We talked about bridge camping 2 ways. I feel like Vampires, when it comes to being sandwiched, they play it better than their usual self. Now, Pressure probably going to be the one that pushing the players to their limit here for Vampires, but we're not done yet. Next is going to be PEA. So many bridge campers here.
Yeah, everyone's coming here right now, wanting to collect as many points as possible. rather than trying to gamble for maybe placement since it's going to get tight in the circle. Let's see how many points PA can get out of it. The last I noticed that they actually took the boat ride. So for them to be able to survive the boat ride to come in all the way from Starbuck Kamensky, it is already a good one here for PA. Now it's a matter of points to collect for them.
It's a matter of healing too. I mean, Frankie definitely dying trying to find himself some first aid. Unfortunately, he landed none. Speaking of bandages, I mean, it won't last him too long because it's going to be the next stage. It will be painful. We're heading to stage 4 to 5. They definitely need the first aid if they want to play the Blues of Empire. XERXIA, including PA remaining players except for Mizi. I feel like none of them will get out from the Blue Zone alive the moment they do. And KT and Team Secret waiting from inside of a circle.
Yeah, we can see a lot of movement towards the left as well. But Kiddo spent too much time in the blue as he got knocked. Okay, let's see if Nuzi will be able to survive this. He has that one first aid, but he has his other teammates with him. Now, XERXIA is making their move. And Mega Mind, Mega Earth coming in, passing by Frankie, who has no chance of surviving this. Adam went out to the zone as well. PA could be gate capped by other teams.
Gate capped by Blue Zone. Except for Mizi, of course. He's alive inside, in the inside of a circle, but without his team. Well, the bunkers will buy him time, but there's chance that Team Secret will try to find him across. They will check every nook and cranny, especially when he started off his buggy. That definitely gave away his position, and GK will wait it out for the last player of PA to show himself. And speaking of gatekeepers, we're not done with the inside of a circle, and we even have some other teams waiting at the other end.
Oh, Mizi used to have the circle, now he does not. So now it's his time to survive for PEA. And now he's making his move. Look at other teams that managed to cut across him, including XERXIA up on the high ground. But we're going to go to the other side of the circle right now with Roy. One of the players currently down. Team PANDUM has this under control.
Do they? Because they have to force a fight through Roy first to get inside of a circle. But circle-wise, I mean, they have time. Roy, on the other hand, spreading out 2 different angles here. So they have to pick and choose which one they have to take down first. Unless they want to use with their numbers. I mean, it's 2v4. Definitely doable. But one mistake, if they move in a cluster, that's going to be digging their own grave for PANDUM. So they have to pick and choose which rotation they want to go for best.
Yeah, right now, the objective is to clear off Roy first. Because there's still Car and Porsche here, waiting from the inner side of the circle. Let's see if they can actually spot out these 2 members of Roy as they will start to make their move in. Or will they go up north? Based on our minimap view, the northern side is a little bit more clear, but it looks like they will cut across. And Porsche, together with Car, monitoring the situation, not pulling the trigger yet.
Well, they know they might be outnumbered. For Roy, wait sometimes seems to be the best case scenario if they can third party in, but Roy seems to be definitely aware about PANDUM's position, but I think a troll knows exactly where both of them are. But problem with PANDUM, if they're not being careful enough, they might be jumped and surprised by teams like the Xaviers, who's definitely interested with their position right now.
Yeah, the Xavier looking at them from the inner side, but I believe that the Xavier would want to hold on to their comfortable position in the circle now. Plus, they only have 3 players, so they won't make those big moves yet. They will allow Roy and Team PANDUM to try to cancel each other for now. As Porsche tries to get Achul, who's currently proning. And with that red dot, with this terrain, it's not going to be that easy to land the shot at Achul. And Achul with this rock as his shield is doing so far so good.
Konya then trying to find Achul first, but speaking of circle, just moves down south. Vampire then KT moving in the same direction, saying goes for Team Secret, but Khan down on his knees. It's going to be Maxius from off angle, leaving only Porsche alone, but that's going to be very low of health with Blue Zone hitting himself as well. I don't see Roy survive this one.
Yeah, with 1 player left, it's going to be pretty hard. But it's also going to be pretty hard for Damroot now. 10% of health left with the Lions in front of him. He managed to get Adeluk. Adeluk is bleeding up. Adeluk will be eliminated by Damroot before he goes out to the nade by Leons.
That was a perfect nade to run off, to shut off the rest of GEEK Fam. That's going to be last, but for GEEK Fam, at least they scored a couple of eliminations down there. Leaving with only 12 teams there, stage number 5, we're heading over to stage number 6. PANDUM, at least, well, they do have some elevations. They didn't scout out the last play of Roy just now, which gonna be definitely will be their bane, the bane of their existence here. But Achul definitely. We're back to the Olympics, I assume.
Yeah, cycling. Let's go. Okay. Well, it's not going to gain him that speed, but it does gain him the silence. But then again, they saw him anyway, so hopefully he's able to survive that. But for Boom Esports, who was at main to the base, one of the earlier teams who arrived in main to the base, unfortunately now Razy will be down on his knees with Yummy May, the only member left, and Vampire Esports, they have eyes onto Yummy.
Tony K. Nate seems to be connecting so far. Here comes the second one. Yummy May in trouble, but he got himself covers. But Tony K will not satisfy with that. Nate, he's not looking at those kill feed. He will keep it going. And Tony K did secure. I assume that's going to be him. I'm waiting for the kill feed. I don't think it's going to be steals from any other teams as well. But NKT behind them, so Tony K need to leave here instantly. I mean, unless he went to charge in. I mean, I feel like Tony K want to go all aggressive this one.
Yeah, I mean, this was potential points for him, and as he got eliminated in Sanhok early, so maybe he's fueled by the fact that, okay, this is his round that he could recover whatever lost points that he could have gotten in Sanhok. And the background is that they have gained 9 elimination points for Vampire Esports, right? It kind of tells the story that they really, really want to go for it this time.
The God. I miss his Nates, by the way. We don't see that Nates from the God anymore in week number 2. Definitely scouted out the rest of Crate VIP within the smoke. But if they overpick themselves towards the northern side, there'll be some surprises from Mega Earth, perhaps. XERXIA Mega Earth has been so quiet for a long time. Our boy just gave his position away with those smokes. So Team Secret, XERXIA, and we have TODAK play the last one links from behind too. So our boy pretty much surrounded right now.
And another team that has been eliminated is going to be Team Secret at number 9. So now we're starting to gain placement points for all these teams that are still in the game. TODAK hit and run by Lynx, and he will go back to his other teammates. Levi's knocked down by Jimmy OP, but we have Nate set across by NKT trying to get the knockdown onto Schweppes. Circle moved away from both Vampire Esports and NKT, but the God gets knocked out by our boy instead. Long range car L shot.
Worst case scenario, also pressured by the blue, so no way for NKT players can revive him, and they have to give him freely down to only Joker to deal with the Vampires. Fortunate enough for the side of Joker, Tony K will have to revive Newsy and Schweppes first, so he can get himself some reset time, but he actually will toss it towards no man's land, so definitely opportunity will not be missed by Vampires. But Joker, he don't have any first aid. I mean, there's going to be 3v1 against Vampires.
Yeah, and the blue will be on top of him real soon, so not sure how Joker is going to survive this. He's doing his best right now by creating that smoke bridge, but we can see his smoke bridge only can bring him so far, like not even before the outside of the grill. So it's going to be really hard for Joker now. Nate sent across. Joker managed to evade that, but he will not evade the shots from Tony K, and KT becomes the next team to be eliminated.
11 eliminations, 7 by Tony K. I mean, this is the reason why they have to eliminate Tony K first, like how they did the last round of Sanhok, because Vampires will just go wild with Tony K keep going for those eliminations. And it feels like if they keep this going, Vampires, they have one of the most numbers, and the PANDUM just got eliminated. I mean, Vampires, they can score this chicken away.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, but hang that thought for a second. Tony K just got knocked. A bit of a caster curse there. Leons will take out Tony K. So you just mentioned that how important Tony K is, and Alliance somehow got him. But the other members of Vampire Esports will see him continue on with live shots went off down by Mega Up, and Mega Up! What a defense by him to eliminate the incoming Vampire Esports.
I feel like no Tony K, they don't want to play anymore perhaps for Vampires. Just push themselves last. last we seen them. No, Tony, okay, we all go down. There you go. That's going to be teamwork, guys, coming up from Vampires. Sorry, Vampires, no offense. But yeah, definitely, they already had a good run. They got themselves double-digit eliminations down there. But they still want to score chicken here, including Alliance, who scored themselves 7 eliminations. A lot coming up from Leons and Jimmy, 99, 3 and 4 eliminations. TODAK on the other end with 3 players. At least they have some slight elevations. But unfortunately, they couldn't spot the players of Alliance yet.
Yeah, and a mega, there you go, goes down to the zone. We're going to get an all-Malaysian finale here between Alliance and TODAK, and we'll see stage 7 real soon. So who will get the circle advantage right now? Alliance, they're split out. 2 on the north, 1 on the south. Same goes for TODAK. But when it comes to circle control, TODAK has a little bit more circle control. Flex gets knocked out by Cleon. 2 more to go for TODAK.
10 more seconds, we get to know who will be favored by the circle. Unless TODAK take advantage of their elevations here. They definitely have enough, those throwables. I don't know how much left on the other 2 remaining players of TODAK with 4 hand grenades. I mean, that's no-brainer for Iftar to just finish off flags. We're talking about Iftar here. He definitely will execute and very hyper-reliable play coming up from TODAK. But the rest of Team TODAK players, they're quite far from him right now.
Yeah, but they are in the position to try to lock out the members of Alliance on the other side. And you can see Alliance, they're pushed to the corner of the circle. So they don't have that much space to play with. Cleon will finish off Flex. That was the fallen member earlier on by Alliance. Now it's a confirmed 2 players of Alliance left. And TODAK, they're positioning themselves to have absolute control of the circle. So if Alliance just move forward, maybe because of the blue, then they will review themselves clearly to TODAK.
And this is important. Iftar playing such a pivotal role on the side of TODAK here right now, but he will be fetched by his team members back into the rest of the team. But this might actually a double blade sword if they just cut across straight, because Leon's just not the spray actually do connect links coming up from the different angle. But on the side of Alliance, they have lesser ground compared to TODAK. Even TODAK have those elevations. It's 2v3, so all odds against Alliance, but if they have enough, that's going to be experience, and how they will wrap around, it depends on how much utilities they have.
Yeah, and looking at the fact that they're being pushed to a corner, it's pretty hard for Alliance right now. In fact, TODAK, they sent Iftar to scout out the flank just to make sure that Alliance doesn't try something funny. So they have an idea that, okay, Alliance, both of them in this position. 40 more seconds, we're going to move to stage 8. Circle might just move away from Alliance. So at this point, TODAK can really take their time against Alliance.
Oh, I'm looking at the numbers of hand grenades. Seems like TODAK have lesser. Jimmy do have more, but he is being scouted by TODAK just now. Cleon, Lynx and Iftar definitely not going to make it easy, but we're down to stage number 8 in 15 more seconds. And if the circle just shrinks even further more than this, they have to resort to fight it out. Not enough land later on for them to share. Here comes double nade down. They have to keep it reserved for the side of Alliance since they have lesser men. But you know what? Iftar would try his luck to just run these people down, perhaps.
Yep, and wow, okay, but if we look at the circle, he's not really in a hurry to try to do that run by. Yeah, this time it's all about Alliance showing themselves, and they are now using all the smokes that they have kept, hoping for that circle to favor them, but the case is not so. So this is going to be their last ditch right now. Create that smoke bridge, try to move to the next tree perhaps, and that's going to be their best bet.
I mean, like right now, cleanup-wise, TODAK definitely have to get this chicken dinner, because if you compare with the percentage and survivability, definitely TODAK have the circle, they have those high elevation, they have the numbers. What else can go against them? Except for the blunder, of course. But here comes the side of Alliance. They take their chances, they take their risk. Leon managed to cut across the other side with very small amount of health remaining.
Well, but that also leaves Jimmy exposed. Jimmy has to fight back, and Leon will get a knockdown to Cleon. Alliance could fight back here if the ever-dependent man for TODAK will get a knockdown to Jimmy. Now it's only Leon left. 2v1. Looks like Alliance is going to make TODAK work for that chicken dinner.
TODAK Alliance 2v1 or not. I mean, Leon's, the way he repositioned himself, so crucial and significant impact on the side of Alliance in the very last minute too, making it so difficult for TODAK to cross the other side of the street. They don't have any more smoke as well. But on the side of Alliance, the reserve is what the concern about in this case. Will he have enough bullets to keep the pressure on?
Yeah, that will be important for him. If I look at his utilities, okay, it's still pretty decent to fight against the final two members of TODAK, but gotta give it to Leon's, like what you said, right? His big brain move there to make that rotation across, put a lot of pressure back on the TODAK, but now TODAK has him exposed. He does not have any small space behind him, and Leon's down to the last stick of health, and nothing will stop TODAK from taking away this chicken dinner, although Alliance did make them sweat for it.
I mean, if they don't score this chicken dinner, there's something wrong with TODAK finishing touch there. They definitely sealed the deal. Everything worked around with that side. We're talking about the circle, the elevations of the grounds. They even have the numbers by the end of the day. But it's just Leon Deasy of Alliance when it comes to the last repositioning, making it such a smart move within a very small amount of window of time. That took a lot of courage to actually make it so difficult for TODAK to score this chicken dinner.
Yeah, chicken dinner with 7 eliminations for TODAK, so that's going to be 17 points collected by TODAK, who have not been in the Super Sunday at all this season, so the points matter more to TODAK to score this chicken dinner. And we've got good numbers here across the board. Iftar, always the ever dependable guy, comes up with the most damage. So since our MVP is highly reliant on the damage output, we are definitely going to see Iftar as our MVP.
690 damage, 10% true eliminations when it comes to team contribution at 34%. But every single time when we talked about TODAK, first name pop out of my mind is going to be Iftar. Based on how he actually plays, he definitely opened up so many angles for the team and take advantage of it. But don't forget about the other team that survived long enough just now.
Yeah, so the other teams that survived longer is also Vampire Esports, of course Alliance, who came in second place, and we got XERXIA up here on screen. And all these teams, none of them have a full squad time of more than 20 minutes, and this just shows the brutality of the military-based circle that took out individual players as they tried to rotate in. But great work by them to be able to come up here as some of the top teams to watch in this round despite a difficult circle. But we're going to relive some of the best moments here in the Erangel match.
Now, despite they have been bridge camping the longest time, Vampires and XERXIA coming out the blue, they're still coming out on top with the rest of the team that scored himself in the top 2 just now, which could be TODAK 17 points. He got 7 elimination, but Vampires, I mean, last time we saw Tony K himself scored 7 elimination before the entire crew went down at 11 elimination and 15 points of total.
Yeah, if Vampire got the chicken dinner, then he's easily the MVP again. But of course, by now we know the MVP is selected from the team that scored the chicken dinner itself. So this time it's going to be Iftar. And on page number 2, from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, like what you said, Alter Ego came out this round without any points at all. And the fact that they actually got into the mid to the base island, but they could not hold their ground. It's too bad for Alter Ego.
But at least they scored themselves the chicken dinner for the first match, Sanhok, right? So it's not all bad for them yet, and they still got himself the first page at the top 3 at 21 points, being pushed down, of course. But Alliance and TODAK, since they got himself two maps in a row that they scored himself a couple of nations, even the first Sanhok kind of put himself in number 1. The Xavier's pushed down, same goes for the side of Team Secret at 5th place. A lot of 17s down here tied with Vampires. The only thing that's going to be different is going to be the placement points. But XERXIA and PANDUM will also make it up for the first page.
Well, but on page 2, and let's remember, we're talking about the top 8 directly back onto this stage. So some of the surprises here on page 2, Boom Esports on page 2 still. And other teams here like GEEK Fam, who did very well on week number 1, also on page 2, 4 points collected after 2 rounds, but they did rise up a little bit. But on the other end, Crit VIP is at number 16 now. But our top fraggers here, yes, he deserves a mention, Tony K.
Despite they didn't score a chicken dinner, Tony K will never make you forget about his presence by the end of the day. 7 eliminations with 5 by Leon DZ. Thanks to that reposition at the very last minute, they lasted slightly longer. Iftar, well, we talked about TODAK, a pillar, and he's one of them. And he's definitely super valuable, and nobody can replace him inside of a TODAK lineup. Jimmy squeezed in at 4th place, also with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, so 2 players from Alliance up here. So we gotta give credit to Alliance as well. This just shows that they work well as a team and everyone's able to pull their weight. But this is going to be a wrap up here for match number 2. TODAK just scored the chicken dinner. And if you someone just joined us, the first Sanhok game is of course by the Sanhok King themselves. Alter Ego scored that one. And we're gonna head on to our second Erangel, which is our 3rd match for today. We already got a mid to the base circle, so maybe it's time to give the teams a kind one.
Yes. No, not really. We don't mean that. We never mean that. We want to see something on the far right or far left. That's something rare when it comes to this season. We had too much Rosshawk, too much Ruins, and too much, of course, Cutfield, and plenty enough for SMB that I feel like it's something fun sometimes to just have around pick of Stalber, even Zagi that never exists in the map ever. You know, something that's make it a bit difficult and challenging for the teams. But speaking of the teams, TODAK, they need the point and they definitely scored it. But can they score another? They never set foot in Super Sunday yet.
Yeah, not at all. TODAK, let's see, TODAK, PA, and the Infinity. So the Infinity is not playing today, so we'll observe them tomorrow. So now that TODAK has at least scored the chicken dinner, it's all about maintaining the level of consistency, because you can score the first chicken dinner or at least an early chicken dinner, but if you can't maintain consistency, then you could still probably be kicked out of the top 8 for this stage. But since they scored one, it's a bit of a relief for them. Next up, PEA has to make it big this week. So looking at PEA next to at least come up with something.
Now, all I can give is a bit of sigh, because PEA, despite we talked about how big they have to be in this week, they just being taken out early on. We never see them being aggressive or being the teams that with firepower. It's always going to be the team that coming in late. And yeah, I do want to see a different light on them, but it's just so difficult with this season.
Yeah, we haven't get to see many good moments from PEA. So, I mean, it's already 2 weeks past. Yeah, it's all about them working on something here behind the scenes for this week. And the first 2 games, we still have not yet to see much of PEA themselves. But of course, not all hope is lost. There's still a lot more games to come. And not only today, but it also includes the day number 2 of the group stages. And whatever happens, there will be the last chance qualifiers. But we're going to see a early swap here for SERXIA as well. So it looks like Diehard is going to take a break and Nui is going to come back on his behalf.
Probably Diehard gonna come back for the Miramar map, but hey, you got yourself your favorite here. It's gonna be your man, Mr. Joe is back for NKT.
My boy, Mr. Joe. All right, let's go. I'm going to do the Mr. Joe mustache one of these days, just to be like, I'm a Mr. Joe fanboy now.
You want to do Mr. Joe mustache or you want to do Rosemary mustache?
Oh man, that one. I could probably try to do the Rosemary hair in my other life.
Maybe you guys can be a triple chaplain down there with Mr. Joe too. Who knows, right? But speaking of Charlie and the chaplain, but who actually will get themselves their hands into this chicken dinner before we head into a break? Let's fly into Erangel.
Here we go! Erangel it is. And look at the flight path. We're going to begin from the opposite side this time, from the south side where main 30 base is on screen. And it looks like it's heading towards the right side. Yep, we're going to end our flight in Starbuck Kameshki, so it's an absolute opposite from the previous flight path. So that also means that Vampire Esports, who drops depending on where the flight path is, they're going to go back to their home ground of Primos.
That's kind of true. I cannot avoid these comments. Sometimes you guys are hilarious. Tony K Esports doing well. Luna. I mean, hey, we've seen Newsy before, right? He's the one that breathing in life for Vampires. You remember last week, right, Cloud, when he actually scored and they trapped down ROQ in the last minute, thanks to Newsy, who actually do a lot of plays at one. And the rest of Vampires seem to waking up from their slumber after that happened. So, I mean, Vampires definitely on their roll since week number 2.
Yeah, I know, right? That is one of the big memorable moments for Newsy himself to like step out the game when Stone and Tony K is down. So yeah, but it just shows that Newsy himself as an individual, right, who week after week, even in previous seasons, season after seasons, it does look like a disconnect with the other members of Vampire Esports. But this season, I feel that Newsy have significantly stepped up his game. So we are seeing some of the or perhaps like the road to seeing the best of Newsy back in the lineup.
Yeah, we miss his old version, I mean his OG version, default setting of Newsy of super aggressive. But you have another default circle like you hope for today, Cloud. You wish for the Ruins Roshawk River circle. We're gonna have it possibly, or even the Gut Cafe in between those two regions, Gutka or Ruins and Roshawk.
Well, I'm hopeful for a scammy circle. So let's go up. Let's go up to North Jogopul area, or between North Jogopul and Shooting Range. That sort of place. Yeah, that'd be pretty nice, since right now 70% is on the main peninsula. So all the teams will be thinking to themselves that, okay, let's play in main peninsula until the scam happens.
But I wouldn't mind a couple of scams here and there, especially before we hit the break. But we do know the next Erangel after the break will be rowdy and wild as well, because everybody try to push the numbers in Erangel. Since we do know that the Thai teams do prefer Miramar, with this performance coming up from Vampire and SERXIA. I mean, if they can actually utilize the best of their performance in Miramar, probably going to end up number 1 here today. But it's also up to teams like Alliance and TODAK. Can they maintain their consistency? Because we do know these two teams in dire need of those points.
Yeah, so as of now, at least both teams are on top. But because we're only like done with 2 games and points are super close, you just need like good rounds after this by other teams, and they will be able to cut across TODAK especially, who needs the points. But one of the key players for TODAK definitely has been Iftar. He has been showing up with amazing individual performance for the team as well, and he loves himself a close quarters combat here. M416 together with a Scar L, a combination that we have seen before with some of the other players who like to take that kind of fight. And he is a specialist when it comes to 1v1 close quarters combat.
Yeah, I mean, that's more towards mid-range and far-range fights. But usually sometimes when it comes to I think we can assume Miramar is more towards Mini 14 with Scar L or DM4. But at the end of the day, it's all the DBS work when it comes to 1v1. So I'm gonna wait and see if they actually will stick through to themselves when it comes to the stats too. And KT on the other hand, now NKT with the swap on Mr. Joe and Triple F playing. I want to see can they push their numbers up, because just now when it comes to NKT, it's always about rotation wise. That seems to be a bit troubling for them.
Well, at least benefit of the doubt to them, like Sanhok is always just Sanhok, and then military base circle on game number 2. So yeah, gotta give them like the benefit of the doubt that okay, top circle, fine. So now 5 points objectively again is to be in the top 8, and also the magical number of 80 points has to be gained by these teams. But let's talk about points here with Boom Esports, as they need to take this early fight.
Carl repositioned himself, but the Mollies will try to put himself in the corner. Now swap over to DBS, hoping to jump down, but will Boom give him some space to jump down as well? Roy, the rest of the team's nowhere to be seen. It's going to be a 3v1, and Cardiff is going to be on the ground with that projectile coming out from Razy. Toss of nade. And the rest of Roy a bit too late now to go for the rescue mission. Unfortunately, they made a U-turn.
Yeah, the moment he could not hold his ground long enough with those mollies, based on the minimap, like his teammates will need to leave him. Understandably so. So yeah, so Roy, another early single elimination for them, and that's not the first time that happened. With them currently now only 3 points, it's not the situation that Roy wants to be in.
I just hope Roy coming back this week, not dragging over their last disappointing week, and just can make it through this Super Sunday. I feel like they did well deserved for this week's Super Sunday, as long as they still have the spirit going on and still have the drive to go for this last Super Sunday. They can make it through. It was so close last week. Definitely they need to get it in. But Crave VIP also the team that definitely not safe down there when it comes to the top 16 for the grand finals.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, 2 games, 2 points. That's obviously very low. So, yeah, Crib VIP, those are the teams that still need to make it onto Super Sunday. The injection of newbies back into the lineup, we have not seen the best of Crib VIP again. But I also give the same benefit of the doubt to Crib VIP as that, okay, Sanhok map, and then you got made to the base circle. So I'll give them the same benefit of the doubt, just like how NKT was given. But with this circle, I would say that as long as it's not a super scammy circle, right, then there's pretty much no excuse for these teams now. They all need to work it out.
Well, I'm gonna have to wait and see, because the circle seems to be surprising most of the time, not sometimes, most of the time. We're still waiting for station 2, so a lot of teams still try to loot up. NKT on the other hand, I don't know how much they managed to loot themselves, but hopefully it's enough to last long on top of these potato heals of Pachinki. Based on the players' loot, some of them seems to be quite having some luxurious amount of loot on top of themselves, especially when it comes to Mr. Joe, but not all of them just now.
But they still have the space to like kind of move from area to area, since it's a okay circle. So I guess they could leave that for like the next pit stop that they're gonna be, wherever they're gonna be at. Just like what Alter Ego and Rosemary is now kind of deciding on where to pit stop next, leaving Rosemary behind. But I guess this is more of like a support, long range in case any surprises to his other teammates. But based on our view, no surprises here as they enter to the area just beside of Rosshawk.
Rosshawk is always going to be the hottest spot down there with this kind of circle. Unless the circle shifts down south, then it's going to be another hurdle for the teams that already parked themselves on top of Rosshawk. We might anticipate some bridge camping as well around the Rosshawk area, because we've seen it a couple of times. But PA, I mean, last season they definitely had a good run compared to this season. Maybe due to the shift of the players, and so many things happen behind the scene as well. So PA, they need to pick up their pieces and try to wake up, knowing the fact it's already heading to the final group stage, the final week. Speaking of circle, we might actually have your kind of circle all day long.
A small island on top of Rozok. Okay, that will be super duper interesting. Vampire Esports do have a good memory with this kind of circle. But Boom Esports, okay, Rozok is their regular spot. Expect more teams to come besides Alter Ego, and they have to be prepared for it as they take out Rosemary. But Rosemary can still be saved, so he closed the door, but Hornby is going to rush in for it as he will not allow Rosemary to be revived.
Oh,
wow.
what a nade by Alva. He knows exactly how Boom is thinking here right now, but unfortunately we have a third party coming in. TODAK coming up from behind off angle, shooting Boom while they entry into it. Alva, he tried to buy as much time. He gets so much work. I mean, Alva is breathing the life back to Rosemary. The rest of Alpha Ego just arrived, but unfortunately Alva also on the ground. What took them so long for Alter Ego to reunite? But lucky enough, they only lost the heroic stuntman Alva just now.
Yeah, gotta give it to the game sense of Alva. That is something else there. But TODAK is going to make sure no heroes are on this battleground except for TODAK themselves as they rush into the compound. Octa will be burned down to his knees. And TODAK trying to clear off this building, but before that there was security elimination point out of Pombit, and now it's all about getting into the second floor.
Oh, we talked about the champions back-to-back, both teams, Boom and Alter Ego. Seems to be hitting themselves on the wall here. Rosemary jumped down. What a spray! Close enough, but it's going to be TODAK cleaning up with Cleon. We're not done. Boom do have one last player stand, so I don't know if they know about this, but TODAK definitely can revive their teammate and Real need to re-heal himself. And Raze is just goodbye. So long. Ain't nobody got time for that.
I gotta give it to Rosemary though. Nice try, because if he stick himself up on the second floor, then he's basically cornered, but he attempted to go down and he got that one knock, not able to secure the elimination point, but I gotta give props for trying there. But for Boom Esports, although Rozok is their home ground, but after being sieged down by TODAK, now they only have one player. That one player is not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that the follow-up coming up from Alva just now was unfortunately too late. He bought so long with the double nade down just now. If Alter Ego, the rest of them can follow up through that, it might actually be some fight for them against TODAK too.
Yeah, they were probably on their way, but I'm thinking that perhaps because TODAK was like on the other building, like what you pointed out earlier, so maybe that kind of stopped them from just rushing in. So time was kind of bought there, and TODAK did them a favor. But looks like we're going to get a North Circle. Okay, welcome to another scammy one. Week 3 is fun.
Hey, super fun indeed. And SERXIA, the only team coming up from the north, as well as PEA. Two teams on left and right seems to be taking their own sweet spot around the map control and the circle control. Vampires might follow the tails of SERXIA. They are hot on their tails. Speaking of the small patch of that land, we've seen that before. We've never seen that kind of circle like, nah, no way, you're gonna go to a small patch of land. It might end up there still.
Yeah, as long as you have the circle, never say never, they say. But for NKT is going to say never to Team Secret as they defend their ground. Okay, Joker's eliminated. Joker eliminated Brick. The other members of Team Secret coming by. Okay, that's a wishful thinking with the DBS, but then again, the damage should be enough still to knock down GK. One more to go. Joker 1v1, and Joker wins it, but they're not out of it just yet. They need to clear off the final member of Team Secret.
Joker still within the woods, so he needs to get himself indoors just to make sure they can get themselves inside of the circle. But Mr. Joe knows what he's doing. Alliance on the other hand, taking on Joker. Here comes the third party again. Might sweep the floor clean, and Alliance try to do some housekeeping.
Oh, on top of this building, Ade Luke will toss that nade, forcing Mr. Joe to retreat back. And Alliance coming as a third party, they still have the manpower advantage. Joker is now down. And Mr. Joe comes in with 50% of health. He needs time to heal up, but Elias not going to give him that space. The god will be eliminated by Adin Luke. And now Mr. Joe on the outside tries to retreat back, but he's kind of low as well. Adin Luke went in for the chase, and Mr. Joe will go down.
AUG don't miss the spot, and that's going to be the sign of Jamie with those rooftop and Adik Luke as well. What a play by Adik Luke. AUG with the rooftop view. But unfortunately, it cost him something, and that's going to be those resources. That's it. They managed to pick up on Leon DZ. So no trade-off on the side of Alliance. Speaking of golden timing and opportunity, score himself a 4, wiping out the rest of the teams just now.
Yeah, and they still maintain a full squad, so it's a perfect rush-in by Alliance. But can't say the same for PA as they lose Mizi to the hands of PANDUM. Probably while he was scouting or maybe trying to, probably a scout here for this building as it's the closest to the circle, but he got eliminated. Kiddo will go out to Maxius as well. So even though PA, they got the circle fairly early, okay circle for them, but they lost 2 players.
And this is what happens to PA every single time. They pick off one by one, running away from fights, and you know, don't want to confront him. By the end of the day, if you keep on just chasing the circles, your tails get chased out by the other teams too. But the circle shrinks, we'll be on the north or south. I feel like it's gonna be a ping pong all the way down to Rozong, yeah? And it's gonna be in between the river. Whoever wants to pick on the northern side, at least there's some space, but southern side of the circle seems crowdy as well. But at least they got themselves a lot of compounds up there.
Man, it's still a difficult circle thanks to that river though. I wonder when it goes to stage 7, where will the circle go now? But I wonder what will happen here for Arazi, the final member of POOM Esports, TODAK. They're moving from compound to compound, so with the amount of manpower that they have, it's a straightforward elimination to the final member of POOM Esports.
Boom again, hitting the walls here. With 4 eliminations, no placement points, and same goes for Alter Ego. They're pretty hot starting off their day, but hey, we're gonna have to wait and see later. Second half of the day, they might actually make a comeback. Who knows? It's still gonna be some flip of the coin here when it comes to PUBG Mobile in every single map. But for VOIN Donkey, they lost Potato early on, way too early. We didn't actually pick up across our screen how they eliminated Potato, but they still have a trio. And speaking of which, I mean, like, it's okay for the teams that want to play the swimming kind of circle, and we've seen the buggy. I want to see the buggy to be in place here.
Yeah, I mean, with this sort of circle still, there's that chance. So we'll continue to monitor that because no team is doing that just yet. But let's wait to like maybe stage 5 or 6 just to see where the circle shifts from there. We'll also observe GEEK fam right now, somewhere in the middle of the northern side of the circle, so they're pretty okay. But for Team PANDUM, after eliminating the few members of PEA, now it's their time to come in.
PANDUM repositioning, try to get themselves on top of elevations. But if they got themselves these elevations, yeah, great. But it's kind of an open space, and Alliance and PEA already across the other side. Might get sandwiched in between. This is quite nerve-wracking for Achul to scout things out. Wrapping the nade from Adam. They know there's only one compound up here, and they know there's definitely going to be somebody there. They start bombing in. That's coming out from Achul with a hand grenade, and Frank is down. And what a molly! That's going to flush out the rest of PA from within this house.
Yeah, only Adam left right now, and Achul continues to rain down nades onto Adam, and he has his other teammate together with him as well. And looks like Maxius landed his nade, scored a home run against Adam, and PEA went out without any points.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, if we want to say if they cannot make it this Super Sunday, that's going to be a bomber, the team without any touch of Super Sundays. I wish they actually can try to make a comeback. But speaking of coming back, Alliance, they're trying to bounce back, but being rushed by PANDUM because they are around the corner. They want to take this house as well. So many teams have their eyes set into this building, but unfortunately, there's going to be 3 teams after back-to-back in a wall.
Oh, yeah. So this house seems to be very valuable for these teams. Alliance circling around still, probably looking for elimination points. But for XERXIA, speaking about elimination, they have been eliminated. Maxius gets Flex. Alliance down to 3. 1 nade sent across, but they did not enter into the building. So Team PANDUM is still alright. But will this be alright by the next circle as it shifts away all to the left?
Vampire's got it again. I don't know how much elimination they actually scored himself to place securely towards the left side of the circle. Gonna have to wait and see because it's gonna be Roy for their contention next. Alliance on the other hand, despite they being charged by so many teams, PANDUM will not let them go easily. Or they are not letting PANDUM go easily. It's either way now. These 2 teams still in a heated up battle for quite some time. But unfortunately, they are the ones that will stay outside of a circle because I think that's going to be GEEK fam gatekeeping on the northern side.
Yeah, so Geek Fam with the circle, they do have the advantage to try to block out all these teams and potentially gain elimination points. But let's see what happens to these fights. We got at least 3 different teams here. Okay, long rotation up north as well by Team PANDUM. They're trying to circle around, but still, they're not away from other teams. TALON is going to be next, but TALON does not have circle as well. So they have to figure out the next move in which Geek Fam is there as well.
As long as they have the smoke, it's still going to be A-OK. And PANDUM already scored 5 eliminations here. Keep an eye out towards their elimination numbers. Means they aggressively try to find the victims. TODAK, on the other hand, they can resort to swim if they need to. PANDUM, unfortunately, the moment we talked about how aggressive they try to wipe out all the teams across the map, they happen to be bumping into TALON. From the pan to the fire, from TALON to Geek Fam. Next, they're being charged by those DBS prepared in hand for their defense. Geek Fam wait things out. And they pay them well, but unfortunately, they will have some trade-off as well for the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, and actually Yoru from TALON kind of took out a member of Geek Fam. So 2 teams actually looking at the house where Geek Fam is at, and it's definitely valuable now. Not only that, look at the minimap. Vampire Esports making their move up north as well. They won some of this.
Glimsy barely got first aid. And that's Tony K. I mean, like, Tony K don't miss any pixels, so keep an eye out. Watch out for Tony K. He knows it. Anything that seems to be a misplaced position and pixel in the game too. TALON will try to find it out against Alliance. They're done against wiping out the other teams from a third-party perspective. TALON will try to challenge Alliance for these elevations, but they do have the better circle. And now Alliance, the one actually have to cut across TALON. Like it or not, they have to force the fight out to get into the inner side of a circle.
Whoa, okay. Speaking about TALON, Linux get the first knock onto Leons. And Leons could be eliminated. Yep, that is going to be an elimination for Linux. But Alliance, they managed to trade back 1. Team PANDUM, as they crash into Geek Fam, they got eliminated at number 10, but they go out with 6 eliminations now. TALON, they are still struggling with Alliance behind them. And also in front of them is still Geek Fam. But Geek Fam, they are busy with Vampire.
Too busy. Maybe being sandwiched here as well. Feel like they're trying to swing left, right at the same time here for the side of Geek Fam and Vampires. I mean, like, they've been waited all this while to get some trade and some farming eliminations to do. Since they're coming up from the left side of the circle, it was quite vacant. So they're probably bored by now and try to force the fight anyhow. VOIN Donkey on the hand, we talked about the southern side and the circle will shrink. Will it be south or north now?
Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like it goes towards the northern side. So teams inside of Rosa will need to leave. That includes a Crit VIP. And 1 member of TODAK is still there. As well as a VOIN Donkeys. Okay, so now we'll see action happening. Crit VIP crashes into the warehouse and they will take out Razak.
Newbie finish off. It's going to be VOIN Donkey not breaking his sweat for Crit VIP. Still holding the warehouse. But unfortunately, we talked about that very small land left on the southern side. Everybody tried to swim across the other side of the river. And VOIN Donkey, they're playing it quite patiently and waited out for the swimmers. And here comes Fishy Fishy. Zeta easily can score those eliminations. VOIN Donkey is just fishing all day long around the river area.
Yeah, and VOIN Donkey, they can fish around the river, but they have to look at their back as well. Vexy is pretty low, and they don't have the circle still. He's even in front of. Okay, there you go. That's the first fish called Lamborghini, knocked down by Zeta. And the other 3 members of D-Xavier still in the water though. So Zeta doesn't have the information yet, but he's busy with Crit VIP. Okay, Crit VIP goes into the water next. So it could be VOIN Donkey being the fisherman again.
Yeah, but they are being chased by the Blue Zone. At least they got themselves 2 minutes, but the Blue Zone will shrink even further. And they do know they kind of limit themselves within the small patch of land. So if VOIN Donkey, they're not aware of Crit VIP Iron Pro's position, they might actually get gummed down, but Iron Pro might be caught by surprise as well. Speaking of fishing, we're not done yet. TALON, despite not fishing, they're taking the fish on land. They're flying ones perhaps against Geek Fam. Audrey managed to make it through.
That was a close out by Audrey, but no! Schwab says to Audrey, you shall not pass. And Audrey eliminated just like that. Schwab's ready for it. Vampire Esports collects their 4th elimination point. Chua will be knocked down by drowning. Interesting. So he might want to deny away the point. But because Zeta here up against Roy and the beautiful nade by Juke to knock down Zeta.
Zeta, speaking of karma here. He tried to fish out all the players swimming over that time. And now he's the one that actually drowning inside with these. Xavier's got that revenge before they went down as well. As that's going to be great VIP finish off the swimmers down there. But VOIN Donkey still scores plenty. Look at Facty with those kill field.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah, VOIN Donkeys. They still are able to survive this kind of circle, but now it's going to be a difficult position for VOIN Donkey. Look at this, right? How are they going to dock themselves up? The moment they dock themselves, Roy will be there for them. And GEEK goes into the water to gather information just to be sure that somebody's still there. Blind spray into the water will not connect yet, but GEEK is not in a hurry.
Yep, taking his own sweet time just underneath the water area and try to dive in. Slightly just steal a couple of glances on top of the surface. But the circle will speak for itself there with 10 more seconds to go. And TALON needed one back. And that's going to be the last member of GEEK fam. We have 6 teams left at stage number 7 here. Heading in 3, 2, 1. The circle might shift up north again. But hey, we can get a couple of swimmers down here. No problem. And here comes Vexy. No buggy, but it's going to be a vehicle.
Yeah, we still have a percentage of the water. Can you believe that? Man, this is insane. But there's still a good advantage for Vampire Esports. Full team up north. It's just that they need to deal with TALON. So there's a 50-50 fight up north there. But in the water, man, this is going to be a fight for survivability now. Vexy holding his breath underneath the water. He does have the circle though. So hoping for the circle to do its work to try to force Roy to be in an awkward position.
And TODAK, last member, also seems to be struggling to keep himself afloat inside of the water. Vampires, they might actually score the chicken here this time, despite they only have 4 eliminations compared to TALON, who got himself 9. I mean, like, TALON definitely on fire here compared to Vampires. But Tony K, can he get those pizza shots going? Well, Lynx making it even difficult for the swimmers down there. He barely got enough landing, a bit slippery slope he got, but this might actually fare him well.
Yeah, so far so good for Lynx. And TODAK, they had a lot of encounters earlier on, but Lynx is still holding on for it, and he's collecting placement points as we continue on. Junos taken out by the zone, but the point will be given to Vampire Esports. So they are dominating now with 5 elimination points. Lynx looking for his own domination now. If he's able to fish out 4 potential elimination points here, they will be dominating as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, no chicken, no problem, as long as you got some visualization towards the swimmers down there. But Vampires were challenged by the full squad team as well. It's going to be the big boys against the other ones. Vampire versus TALON. Seems to me, Misery tried to fish them out, but they're not taking the bait easily for the side of Vampires. This is Vampires we're talking about. Tony K at 3 eliminations here. And even, you know what? Just get casual eliminations from the side flanks as well, looking at the swimmers down there.
Yeah, they can control both sides, right? So big advantage here for Vampire Esports. But now their wish list is definitely to try to take out TALON. And they'll start it off by knocking down XERXIA as they try to rotate into the circle. 3 more to go from TALON. And Vampire Esports have their eyes set onto the other members of TALON. Tony K will make sure that point goes to Vampire Esports.
It's going to be difficult for the terrain itself. There's no high ground advantage here, with the slopes around will be the last few circle. TALON down to very low HP for the players there. And down to 1 player left. Vampires, on the other hand, they have no trade-off at all. Still full squad. This is going to be zombies. Vampires on the rise. Last player standing, which is going to be Misery. He got himself some covers inside of the smoke, inside of that vehicle, but he will be found anyway. And that's TALON. Before this, they had a full squad. Unfortunately, they have none now.
Well, technically, Vampires are the undead. And it seems like they are still alive now as a full team, like what you said. So 9 elimination points for Vampire Esports. And this is definitely going to be an easy cleanup for them. Just look at their position up on this high ground. Full team, circle control. Everyone else is either in the water or just still by that bay. I mean, there's no way Vampire is going to drop this.
Well, it's all about healing inside of a vehicle, inside of the water. Right now, it's down to the last stage. Unfortunately, the healers inside of the vehicle, which is going to be Roy, last player standing, will not survive this. I think Vampires know exactly what is going on here right now with 10 elimination. 4 by Tony K and 4 by Shreb. Seems like this duo definitely played so well here today. Down to last player of VOIN Donkey, who scored himself still quite a number of eliminations. Last time we saw Vexy probably got around 5 eliminations by himself too.
Yeah, Vexy is probably contemplating whether he wants to deny the point away or not. But considering that he can still go one placement out, so he looks like he's going to take that risk to try to survive this. Now he found his own vehicle, so he's going to be able to play a bit of a healing game inside that buggy for now, unless Stone can get him. But they have options right now. So it's between Roy and VOIN Donkeys to see who gets the second and third place. Porsche eliminated. There you go. But he denied away the point.
And that's gonna be 100% VOIN. Vampires taking away that chicken dinner. A flawless run at that. I mean, no trade-off. Double-digit elimination. 12. I don't know if they managed to secure Roy. That seems to be drawn on the kill feed, right? So maybe just 11 by end of this map.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be the case, right? Since the point looked like it was denied. But for Vampire Esports, Primos seems to be a lucky draw for them. They still managed to survive this circle even though it went up. And they put themselves in a good position. So we're going to get a confirmation right now, right? So it's 11. Yeah, it's 11. So that one final point by Porsche was denied away by drowning. But yeah, 11 with a chicken dinner. Vampire can't complain.
I mean, when it comes to damage received, Stone got the least, but when it comes to eliminations wise, and you definitely have to give effort to a side of Tony K. Every single time he scores the most out of all the 4 players, unless if he's being eliminated early, then somebody else can actually get the spotlight. But when Tony K is alive, I mean, he's always going to be the MVP with 939 damage up there.
Yeah, no surprise now. Tony K Esports with the 4 eliminations and 170 damage received, 28% team contribution with a survival time of 27 minutes 39 seconds. We did not even need to go to stage 9 in this round. But other than the Vampire Esports, we gotta give a shout out to VOIN Donkeys, TALON, who also survived rather long with so many fights, and TODAK, who had a lot of fights as well on the right side of the circle to be here. But let's check out here the best moments here from this circle by Vampire Esports.
Another double-digit round of eliminations by Vampires. I feel like as long as Tony K is alive, they're definitely going to score himself double-digit eliminations there for Vampires. This time with the finish of Chicken Dinner. What a consistent run here on the side of Vampires.
Yeah, so this will put them in a very strong position to be at number 1. And every round so far has been so good for Vampire in general. And other than some of the highlight teams on page 1 here, at least Crit VIP, they made themselves onto page 1 with 4 eliminations. GEEK Fam as well, because last we saw them in the overalls, they were on page 2. But you also got to give it to TODAK. They have been still consistent after 3 rounds, despite a tough circle. But on the other end though, Team Secret PA SERXIA not gaining any points.
Yeah, but another team that's quite consistent here is going to be PEA, consistent at the very bottom, not the one that we actually want to see. And speaking of which, they are the only teams up here in today's that not really having the Super Sunday, except for TODAK, who had a better run. But when it comes to TODAK, like you mentioned, they're definitely pushing themselves at the top 3 and still maintain their statue up. They're not even budging, but Vampires definitely have a shoot up. They're 38 points.
Yeah, so Vampire now have an 8-point gap with TODAK, which is pretty nice, and I believe a lot of fans would expect Vampire to be up there. For TODAK, they need to maintain this pace because ideally to go straight into Super Sunday. But on page 2, okay, we still have some of the surprises on page 2. ESPORTS is still on page 2. And we also have GEEK Fam here, one of the top teams who did really well in week 1, page 2 as well. Crit VIP, they rose up a little bit across PA after their fight inside of Roshawk, so now they are at number 15, coming up from number 16. But it's still about all the points because we also could tabulate a Group B once they start playing. And so far, our golden number, just to remind everyone, is 80 points.
Yeah, I mean, to be safe, just 85, because we've seen the tight race of 80 points last week. They were so close last week as well. But if they got themselves 80 points, feels like they're one foot in into the Super Sunday, right? Another foot in or not depends on the other teams as well. But if you want 2 feet in, it's going to be straight with 85 points, probably going to be safest. But yeah, I agree, 80 points still up to par. But with this kind of momentum, I feel like Vampires can hit the 80 anytime soon.
Yeah, with 3 more games to go, they can come really, really close. I'm looking at, well, maybe an average about 60 for them if they can continue on this momentum. But the safe game is probably saved by Alliance and TODAK. They're equally as consistent, and then you start to see that gap. But of course, we are only down to only 3 games, so there's like at least 3 more games to go today, so the gap could still change and swing depending on how the teams perform, especially after the break when we will expect to see more substitutions to happen.
Yeah, or speaking of which, Boom, I will say this out loud for everybody else too. Yes, we all are disappointed with the performance because they are the back-to-back champions, but can they come back second half? Because they definitely need to get into the Super Sunday. We're gonna have to wait and see because we're heading into the break, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
after the break, and back again with me, Windy, as your host. And today, joining me on stage, we have one of player from VOIN. Please welcome Vaxi. Hi, Vaxi.
Hello.
Hello. So, Vaxi, you started off the tournament strong, but last week didn't go as well. What do you think contributed to the drop in performance? Jadi, Vaxi, minggu pertama VOIN mainnya bagus banget, tapi yang kita tahu sekarang mungkin ada sedikit penurunan dalam performanya VOIN. Kira-kira apa yang terjadi?
Kurang beruntung aja sih kita.
Okay, he said like we just feeling like unlucky for today. And what adjustment are you planning to make to get back to your week 1 form? Jadi Vaxi, apa yang kamu lakukan, penyesuaian apa untuk balik lagi ke performa dari VOIN di minggu yang pertama?
Mungkin main seperti biasa aja ya. Nanti kita tunjukkan di grand final.
Oh, okay. So Vaxi said like we just play like we used to, and we're gonna show it at the grand final. So wait for it. And for the last thing, despite the dip in performance, what positive did you take away from last week that you can build on moving forward? Jadi Vaxi, terlepas dari penurunan performa, hal positif apa yang bisa didapatkan dari minggu lalu yang bisa kalian terapkan di minggu ini?
Mungkin lebih pede ke arah team fight-nya aja, ke arah perang.
So like what he said, like we gain more confident in terms of team fights. So wish us luck and good luck for today, Vaxi. Thank you so much for this amazing interview. And now everyone, let's get into the highlights. Bye.
Short and sweet answers coming out from Vaxi, but he used his weapon to say it all. If you look at the highlight, I mean, like Vaxi definitely under the spotlight here today.
Yeah, if we have a medal for the fastest interview, that one is the best, the fastest interview record this season so far. So Vaxi scored something today. And he's got, of course, a lot more inside the game with VOIN Donkeys, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, but despite it was a tough circle, but they were still able to score a decent amount of points.
I assume we're going to have the comparison between these two teams, the VOIN Donkey and Vampires. The V's has spoken. Speaking of between the V's, Vampire just got himself that chicken dinner, but VOIN Donkey lasts long enough to survive, but unfortunately, it's all about swimming time for them when it comes to the last few seconds. So speaking of a comparison for the stats, also don't forget about Alter Ego today.
Yeah, if you look at Alter Ego's performance today, they scored the first chicken dinner, so that's cool. I mean, King of Sanhok, as you can see here, still undisputed. But when it came to like the Erangel matches, okay, I guess it wasn't like what the fans would expect from Alter Ego. So they defended their points majoritarily on the Sanhok match, which they did really well. But anyway, we're going to return back onto our Erangel match for the second half. And looks like Vampire Esports, they do love Erangel.
Yeah, the most chicken out of all the 4 teams up here. Euro Alliance got the least amount of chicken, but I assume they're one of the highest frag elimination numbers too. But you have to give it to Vampires, they had both.
Yeah, I know, right? They're currently like dominating all the stats up there, except for average damage, that is. But chicken dinner is where all the points comes from, and also eliminations, and of course prison points. So even though they didn't score like the highest average damage, that's given to Alliance instead. That's fine, as long as the points comes in. So far, we've gotten chicken dinners from Alter Ego, TODAK, and Vampire. So we're waiting for Vietnam to put their flag on.
Last bet will be D Xaviers. I mean, but Roy can always surprise us by the end of the day, as well as Team Secret. We're talking about the teams of Vietnam mostly coming out from C group, except for D Xaviers coming out from A group, of course. And Team Secret and Roy, I mean, Roy definitely needed more than Team Secret, which Team Secret definitely have the rising up since week number 2. But I don't know, I feel like the Xaviers, all they need to do is just get those chicken dinner and they'll be fine. Because the Xaviers, they're definitely more stable compared to all the other Vietnam teams.
Yeah, for many, not only seasons, now years now, these Xavier have been the best team in Vietnam. Whenever there is the PMPL Vietnam, Xavier will always be the one to be the champion. So undisputed kings of Vietnam, of course. So the fans would expect them to do well. But overall, in this season's PMSL, so far Xavier has been doing okay, not bad. So I would expect them to be in the grand finals. Of course, I'll be a little bit more sweaty for teams like Roy, who had a beef with Geek Fam last week. So this week is a must-join Super Sunday for them.
I mean, same goes for Geek Fam, right? Since they didn't make it through the last week's Super Sunday, they're pretty much at the very bottom too. These two teams definitely have a beef against each other. Whoever try to win it, hopefully one of them can make it to the grand finals. If none of them made it, then, well, nothing else to say between these two teams.
I know, right? For now, if you look at the current, both of them are actually on page 2. So, I mean, they're like, hey, you know, do we like try to go up together or not? I mean, it's not really down to the both of them, but it's really down to circumstances. And so happened that not only page 2, but both of them having the same amount of points, which is 8 points. So, from the magical number 80 at least, it's still quite far off.
Unless they surprise us on the second half. Don't forget, these teams, all of them, will play 2 days. Now for Group A and C, by the end of today, they have another day left. And when it comes to firepower-wise, we talked about the teams in group, like who will be the group of death this week. But I feel like kind of balance out for A and C, because if you look at the top teams, it seems to be alternating A and C, because TODAK seems to be on the rise here. Question is, can they put the momentum up into the second half? Because they need it the most right now.
Yeah, so this week I feel is one of the more balanced week in terms of grouping, right? Like last week, even like we could still see some sort of a small group of, I wouldn't want to call it a group of death, but maybe like a group of nicks here in last week's Group A, but this week it's quite balanced. But Alliance looks like they're going to balance up their lineup. They're going to introduce Oleo to the lineup in by subbing out Flex this time.
Well, they were not broken just now. They got consistently at second place twice in a row in the first and second map, and got himself a hefty amount of elimination between those earlier maps today. Except for the last round, we saw they didn't actually score too much. But maybe this what they needed, you know, because of the last Erangel map, they need keep the dynamic fresh every single map. They cannot afford to lose any single round, perhaps.
Yeah, and if you ask me, Oleo is a very important player for Alliance as well. So not only that, I'm just saying that he's important, but even like in previous editions like the PMTC and all that, he has came up like the round MVP before for Alliance multiple times, and he did put on a very, very good performance to shoot them up to the PMTC Grand Finals last year especially. So having him in the lineup is definitely important. But no other major changes it seems. I guess because of a lot of changes have been made like during earlier of today for some reason. So only that one change so far that we can see from the teams. Now we're going to head on to our second half of the game. We're starting in Erangel.
We're starting going to be in Erangel. We end the Erangel as this is going to be the last Erangel of the day, but very northern flight path down to it's probably around hospital outskirts down there. So will it be a SME circle again?
I wouldn't mind that, although we're getting a different flight path here. Stalber, Kameski, so going down. So this will also mean that Vampire Esports, yeah, since they're a team that's like, they like to switch around, but yeah, maybe not. Maybe they're going back to Primos. I mean, what I noticed as well is that whenever they play in Primos, for some reason, they do a little bit better. So going back to Primos again, if they have this choice between both Zaki and Primos, since this kind of fly path, flip of coin, probably Primos is going to be Vampire Esports' spot.
I hope the same case for them if they want to score it big, because I agree, every time they drop out other than Primos, we had like them being a bit nomad in first week. Things didn't do so well for them. I think they should probably stay with what they are best at for Vampires, and that's going to be the case here, of course, because they're dropping at the end of the flight path. But any first blood or first contact made, it seems like we might actually have a couple of pickoffs, probably in the center, perhaps.
But speaking about center, We may get a center-ish circle, but it's now centered around the area of farm, so it's going to be an okay circle for now, that is, unless we get a scammy one. But we already got 2 difficult circles for the team, so yeah, third one, that's okay. We can let them breathe for now.
No, we're never gonna get enough. We always want a top circle. Imagine if this is the circle that you talked about before. Very decisive, very scammy indeed. Because there's some part of SMB still in there, right? If it just centralizing around the right side of a bridge by stage number 3, now that's gonna be super difficult.
Yeah, if it does pull all the way down there, then definitely. I would also say that another interesting circle we haven't got this season is the Milta, like north side. There's like this lumberjack woods. Yeah, we haven't got that circle, and multi-terrain there with majority trees to cover. So I think that's pretty challenging as well. And if obviously with that multi-terrain, if teams are able to get like the top, that'll be pretty nice too. So if we get that kind of circle, I guess since we haven't seen it, that will probably be my wish list in this circle.
The lumberjack area will kind of get during stage 1, stage 2 when teams have a checkpoint and probably gonna have some fight. But yeah, I agree. We hardly get last stage, like 6, 7, 8 stage circle ever be in there. So I do want to see if that's going to be the case for the players to adapt as well. But we do have your preferred weapons and your favorite players across the board. It's only K with M416 and Mini 14. Well, this one we verify it's going to be it, because Tony K, it's not often we actually get to see him play DBS.
Yeah, he's not a fan of DBS. I mean, of course, if situation needs, then we might see it. But for the most part, you know, he loves his jiggle move. So M4, 72% preferred. I guess that tells majority of the story for Tony K himself. And what I did notice as well in terms of his average eliminations is 2.0. So the highest among our highlight players today.
I mean, when it comes to average damage wise, he's definitely going to be over 500 every single map, right? Unless if he's been eliminated early. That's why the numbers start to drop. When we saw earlier today, his average damage is around 400-ish. I think because of the reason of last week, end of last week, and even today, he been dropped down earlier than the rest of his teammates. So that happened quite a number of times starting last week. We don't see him being knocked down early in week number 1 though, but he definitely will bring double digit if he's alive. So whether to find him early or just let him get those double digit by the end of the day.
Yeah, even if he has like today, for example, right, like the first round he went out early, became the first player in the entire sign out to go out, but he's still able to come back the following round. Like, this guy has a mentality of champions. That's definitely something. But if you gotta think about it, right, one of the trophies that Vampire Esports have not gotten is C trophy. Even like during the PLC era, Vampire has not scored it. So they're almost in the same situation as FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan is... You mentioned about the Xaviers for years, right? They are pretty much in the same boat for the Xaviers and FaZe Clan. These are the most veteran lineup we actually have in the game, other than some BTR players, of course. And, you know, that remind me of the case of BTR back in the days. They always, when it was their prime time and their peak season for BTR back in the days where we had Microboy, you know, the old lineup, Luxy Twins. The one that they actually had the interview, they said the only trophy they did not score that time was SEA, Southeast Asia. And then finally they scored one. Maybe this is going to be the case for Vampire this season. I don't know. Maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, that's always the what the team will hope for, right? But for D Xavier, they have scored, they have won a PMPLC before. So at least they have that trophy, right? Like, Vampire is definitely a different case. But for now, the newer teams, Team PANDUM, now they are in a fight with also another, not so new, Roy, who is currently up on top of them. And Dimsy is the one knocked. So now they have to win this fight before they will be able to save Dimsy. But Team PANDUM, okay, one of them going for the save. So the rest of Roy needs to come in. Maxius knocked. Okay, Roy advantage.
But GEEK making such a difficult spot to his side of PANDUM to commit to it, but from Pan to the fire, I mean XERXIA. And for to be nearby as well, PANDUM, they cannot run anymore. Despite his fighting back for Achol, it's gonna be Mega Earth 2v1. I mean, like, that's gonna be two big swings coming out from Achol if they can actually clutch against the DBS. But the rest of PANDUM left with only one player here. And for Roy, I mean, they definitely can pick up their players that bleed out just now. I think he managed to get revived by his teammates. But for Jabranki, the moment he left, he knows that they cannot make it out alive. Such an open space if they force the fight anyhow.
Yes, alone speeding past by the bridge, and he survived it. Lucky enough that his vehicle is a closed top, so it gives them extra protection. But we do have a Boom Esports beside him. So Boom Esports, the team that is still struggling here with 12 points in 3 rounds. They definitely need more since they cannot miss out on this week's Super Sunday. No points collected out of Jabranki, but Jabranki's vehicle is smoking up and he's running into TALON.
Oh, it's gonna explode any time now. We can feel it. Oh, Jabranki managed to just slightly squeezing out of those gunfires just now. Close to being knocked out. I don't know who's gonna shoot him next, but I think it's gonna be Iftar too. Oh man, nowhere to run or hide, Jabranki.
Yeah, and out in the open, vehicle pretty much in bad shape, and it's Iftar and Iftar Mini 14. Let's see if how much Iftar will put commitment onto this. But I guess without the information of where the other members of Team PANDUM are at, he will stay in this building to try to land those long range shots. But it could potentially be stolen away.
Oh yeah, we can see this one coming. A lot of teams seems to be on rotations too. Speaking of rotation, it is not in the best spot as well. Look at how many teams come up from the northern and from the west side of the map too. And Circle seems to me just, yeah, it's gonna be around SMB area. Of course, probably gonna hit around Farm or Milta. It depends. But we're gonna have to wait and see for the next stage later on. But left side is overcrowded right now, Cloud. I mean, it's too concentrated. No teams getting out from Milta Power.
Yeah, no one's coming from that direction. But I did notice that Team Secret is going up for the Lumberjack Hill. So they will go and take that high ground spot. But for Jabranki, okay, rushing here by TALON, straightforward elimination, and Team PANDUM eliminates, being eliminated, the first team to be eliminated. So that's 19 points. Okay, it's going to be not too hard for VOIN Donkey, Team Secret, and some of the teams below them to overtake them in the overalls later.
Jabranki was literally hanging on a wire just now. It depends on which team spot him out first. But at the end of the day, it's a different team entirely, which was TALON. But for Boom, though, we do know they are struggling to adapt to these rotations with... I mean, I don't blame Boom. Because you can see how much progress of the other teams seems to be coming back this season, because it's just the teams that we never highlight before, never under the spotlight, on the sudden rise here for this season.
Yeah, I gotta give the best rise so far is to TODAK with the 30 points collected, and so far they're still a full team. But another team that is hoping to be on a rise is going to be PEA as they bump into Crit VIP, both of them at number 15 and number 16 respectively. But Crit VIP, they're going to focus on the circle instead. So PEA is that call now to get in. But we're going to check out some of the highlights here. So long range by Xavier. Okay, that's how he got his elimination. But speaking about elimination, Dion's goes down.
Alliance, their members seems to be scattered about the map, because none of them actually can save each other out with where they stand. While GEEK fan clustered up together, one of them will be the one watcher from the outside. They definitely spotted out. I think that's going to be... It's either the Xaviers or Team Secret coming around the corner. It's going to be NKT. Now GEEK fan tried to save Audrey, but problem is time is not on their side, because Alter Ego definitely super interested to just close the gap in between them.
Yeah, so all eyes now onto teams taking key spots, especially like Geek Fam, for example. So everyone's waiting for them, for each other to like, okay, if you make a wrong move, like if you overpeak through a window, you probably get headshot, and you might get rush in depending on the position. But speaking about positions, we're going to look at where is the best, and majority of the teams are in the next phase of the circle. So teams up north will need to come down. This is where I would say eyes will be on PA, Boom Esports, and well, and also Crit, that is teams on page 2.
High chance the circle might ended up in between the road again of Farm and Milta, so they have to pick and choose whether to go right side or left side. So there's going to be a very scarce compound, very limited amount of compounds and buildings around the area if we ended up right in the center as well. But for the Xaviers, they split themselves into two sides. Lamborghini down south, while the rest of the Xaviers seems to be up north here, gatekeeping towards a team that's coming up from the elevations just behind the compound.
Yeah, so that will be the interesting key piece, right? So we can see that some of the teams, especially up north now, taking their time to come in, probably aware of the potential gatekeeping that might happen below them as well. Boom Esports also really taking their time, looking at the movement of PEA, not to be caught out in the same line of fire. But Flyboy, okay, he went up to that high ground just to get a bit more visual of what's happening. But I don't think they'll want to truly commit since it's not going to be worth it in this area. So it's more of like just anticipating which route that PA would be taking.
I don't know, Yummy May seems to be super interested, but he couldn't scout the rest of PA. And not just that, if these two teams seems to be lurking around too long, we might have Team Secret coming up from the inner side of the circle. Perhaps they're already still on the outside. I have no clue. We have to recheck when it comes to the minimap. If they keep going around with their vehicles, definitely going to distract so many teams across the other side. Roy taking a bit of an open field angle. I'm not so sure about this position by car. If there's another team passing by, he gets shot down in an instant.
Yeah, so a lot of teams would be moving, especially around the area of Roy where they came from the northern side. So there's always that possibility if everyone's going, and also, of course, the gatekeepers, that is. But interesting, the fact that Boys Hill, okay, they came from the right side anyway, so they have first hand into all these as middle as possible areas. So praying for the next phase of the circle to be towards that side anyway. And you mentioned about Roy, so now we have a visual on them, and hopefully they have the information of the spread that VOIN Donkey has here, because if they were to drive straight through, they could be caught in the line of fire by VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, I think Roy were trying to secure the mushroom tower that we saw VOIN Donkey try to hold on to as well. I don't know if they want to contest that very small building or not, but for Boom, PA seems to be breaking this silence. Flyboy pretty low himself. It's going to DBS meeting them up. Weezy finish off 2 on their knees. And knees, speaking of knees, digging their toes into the ground as well. But thanks to Razy from off angle, making it difficult for PA to finish things off. But PA down to last play, but a nade. Oh, Frankie, this is risky.
Oh, but he evaded a nade, okay. One problem out, but more to come because Team Secret is just above them. And they're circling around for information. Immediately pop that smoke. But we also have to mention the fact that Boom Esports became the second team to be eliminated. So only 1 point collected this time. Now down to PA. 2 other teams in front of them. Team Secret, one of these teams, as they try to circle around to gather information to try to steal away elimination points. But TALON is there, so they took the high ground as an advantage first against these teams.
Team Secret chasing the hack of the player of PA. They managed to escape just now. I don't think Frankie can survive as long. Look at how committed Team Secret towards the rest of PA players. While Talon finished off the other one, so they're being forced to break the formation due to the sudden charge of these two teams at the same time. Speaking of coincidence, not so much. But Team Secret, they got themselves a bit frustrated. Couldn't actually chase down. Never mind. PA last place still got finished by a different team entirely.
Yeah, that is it for PA. 4 points collected this time, so they are still at 15th place, but Crit VIP could potentially overtake them with a 2-point difference. Now looking over at the elimination wave, we have GEEK Fam and Alliance, VOIN Donkeys and Alter Ego. So multiple fights are happening now. Alliance, we do have Ade Luke just below this hill, while Alter Ego and VOIN Donkeys busy with each other.
Yep, the last player of Alliance making it so difficult for VOIN Donkey to just deal with Alter Ego by themselves. They need to deal and finish Javadik Look if they want to peacefully going against Alter Ego. So it's going to be difficult if they're playing from the outside, so they're going to get indoors. But problem is, you don't see any information who's going what and where from the outside. So they need to plant one person to just be their eyes for the information as well. But VOIN Donkey, Zeta, we're talking about full squad and no elimination yet, waiting for the right opportunity to just be a third party or long range shot.
Yeah, and so far they found a somewhat of a truce with Alter Ego. So everyone's taking their own building since they're somewhere in the middle of the circle while we look forward to stage 5 for these teams. But stage 5, well, we'll check back on the circle later to come up with some hypothesis. But on the northern side, so we have Roy still trying to find their way in the circle, but this time they'll be gate capped by another team on the right of the minimap.
Roy seems to be rushing and forcing the fight against Team Secret right now, just next to each other. But based on my prognosis of the side of Roy, things don't seem to be fare very well for them due to the high grounds of Team Secrets holding on to. So they will force to part ways anyhow. But the other hand, Talon's waiting, and same goes for TODAK. So Roy, how to place themselves just within trees to take covers with?
Yeah, this is their best cover now. I mean, all the other buildings are taken, right? So, but anyway, it doesn't matter anymore because right now the circle moved towards the south side. Alter Ego still in it. Now Roy, one of their players can't knock down amongst the members of Team Secret, and Team Secret will take his point away. So looking at Roy, they're making the left side rotation instead. It's not a good idea to be caught with these teams without the circle.
Speaking of circle, this is quite an open circle, by the way. Only the couple of vegetation, some small hills in between. Whoever tried to get the center, I mean, good luck defending as well. As long as they got themselves smoke, it's going to be a-okay. But problem is, you have to have abundance of smoke to survive at the center there. So for TODAK, they already take their leave and cutting across towards the center. They can actually try to play around the slopes, just a small bump around the street, but it's still quite risky due to so many hills around them here.
Well, who gets the high ground gets the advantage, but can't say the same for Linux. No high ground. Eliminated immediately by VOIN Donkeys as he tried to move into the compound all alone and out. And we do have a TODAK right now with the high ground advantage though. So this is another good spot to be in, with despite them not having that compound. So at least they have a good view of what's happening below them if they need to move.
But I'm eyeing out towards the rest of members of Roy. I don't see them nearby Porsche. So where are they? Because the small shack taken only by one member of Roy. The rest of them seems to be disappearing off the mini-map. And speaking another hot spot here is going to be their Mushroom Tower. But unfortunately, it will not be in the circle. We talked about this circle, which quite open. Whoever tried to be in the center. TODAK actually takes some risk to be in the center. But like we mentioned, it's a bit of a flat plane. And it's open for anybody to find. You talked about high grounds. Unfortunately, the high grounds won't be so much in the circle as well.
Yeah, so all of them need to migrate, right? Especially those at the northern side when they have those high grounds. So a bit too bad for them, but it is what it is. As you mentioned about Roy, now we have visual onto them. So they are being shot down by TODAK that has this very, very good position. And this is a tough spot for Roy to be in. Okay, the best right now is for Porsche to pop those smokes. And if he has one more, that'll be great. So that will give them a chance to actually crawl into the shack to be saved. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. And the God actually got one of them.
Yeah, and KT and TODAK both eyeing out. I mean, to crawl into that small shack, it's going to be a clear view for Cleon to shoot him down before he even get into the door. But for NKT, they will have to pause for a bit because Team Secret also seems to be firing on Talon. XERXIA versus Great VIP at the rim of the circle on the right side. What a nade by Iron Pro.
Wow, okay, defense here by Great VIP. And so far so good for them as they look for the other members of XERXIA. Okay, we can see one on the other side. And RNJ is playing the support role on top of the hill. So leaving his teammate alone here to try to clutch it out. Okay, Mega Up gets one. And two more to go inside this building. Cooking up this nade. He does have that one first aid to try to heal up, but he does not have time, so he has to deal with them first. And beautiful nade tossed by a boy across the window to get the knock.
Time's not on their side. We're talking about stage number 5. Blue Zone will hit and hurt them a lot. But Great VIP, they're not going down anytime soon. Try to force a fight out and manage to just take last minute XERXIA last member out. But Great VIP, they need to reset and reload right now because the circle will definitely not be in their favor because the Xaviers will gatekeep them on top of this small bubble field. But it's an open space like I mentioned before. Everybody can shoot down every single person as long as they got themselves the angle.
And a lot of teams getting good angles now as the elimination feed is start to roll. But for our boy, looks like he's going in for it. Xavier might be his next target. Creating a smoke bridge at the same time, opening up space with his nades and being at the forefront. Our boy together with Helton, the final 2 members of Crit VIP, they have to hike up this hill. But Vampire Esports, the moment they arrive into this compound, MKT got deleted.
Yeah, Vampires defying the death of any of their members still stand, and technically they still afford. They can revive their knockdown members and still got the numbers up when it comes to the elimination. But Crave VIP cornered down to none because right now all eyes to the side of Crave VIP. Xavier shooting from behind, Alter Ego from the front. I mean, where to run nor hide.
Yeah, look at this, right? And plus they need to cross the road. So Crave VIP now put in a very, very difficult position. It doesn't help that they have only 2 players left, so they have to make do with whatever that they have on the battleground now. At the elimination field, we have TODAK against Team Secret somewhere else, so that's probably happening on the northern side of the circle.
Chua.
But Helton went down to Chua's nade, and there's going to be one more to go. Our boy, final member for Crit VIP.
GEEK fam spotted out Vampires as well, and the Xaviers, thanks to Chua, it's going to be go time for them to keep bombarding to the side of Crave VIP smoked up area, and the Blue Zone will force them to go down as well. Unfortunately, it's going to be a different team to go down first, which is going to be GEEK fam. At least they scored himself a 4 and got himself 9th place. But Vampires seems to be no stopping them. I don't know what is going on. Vampires, such a consistent run going against TODAK. What a nade and what an opening. Links down to 1 HP down there.
Oh, and I also noticed that they are also managing a Team Secret at the same time. But look at the elimination feed. Our boy firing back. So our boy, well, will he be able to make it? Okay, not too sure yet. But what we are sure is that TODAK has been eliminated. Now our boy is still holding on for Crit VIP. He managed to heal up. And now D Xavier, they revived their teammate as well. But our boy now spotted out and he's been eliminated. That is it for Crit VIP.
Yeah, some sharp shooting and spray coming out from Lamborghini, but they need to go and leave here because circle will shrink. And just now, I mean, like Team Secret, despite they went down as the rest of the teams had the kill feed going crazy, they still managed to steal away Vampires, knocked down to the side of TODAK before. Still scores 1 elimination before they went out. But Alter Ego, D Xavier, speaking of the big guns, we do have a lot of top teams still surviving up here, including Alliance last player Oli. Oh, sorry, Adik Luke.
And if you notice that, although it's like a so-called like quote-unquote kind circle, but at this stage we're already down to like 5 teams. This is crazy. With Vampire Esports playing the rest of the round without Stone, but they managed to get 9 elimination points by now. So they will be opening up that gap at the top. But they will continue on. We will continue on with Alter Ego, with Rosemary knocking out Chua, looking for the other members of the Xavier. But Lamborghini, nice support to knock Rosemary down.
Oh, but when it comes to Octa, he's taking the front line by himself. Lamborghini couldn't do anything about it. And Octa just valiantly taking 3 members of the Xaviers in an instant. And this gave opportunity for Rosemary to be picked up by his members again. But Lamborghini, they know exactly where he's at because I think Rosemary definitely relayed the information back to us, the rest of the roster. So he needs to play this by himself. The last member of the Xaviers have been knocked down just now, finished off by the DBS of Alter Ego. So Lamborghini, there's going to be a lot of running to do.
Adilu managed to nail down Tony K, but he's pretty low as well. This will alert the other members of Vampire Esports that he's down there. So now they're going in for the save. At the same time, they probably need to clear off Adilu before they can save Tony K. Tony K held hostage by Adilu. Adilu's pretty low still though. But he managed to kill up, so he's A-okay in the middle of the circle. But Vampire Esports will need to be aware of the presence of Adilu still.
They know exactly where. Tony K managed to get revived and reset, and they almost got a double digit again. No stopping the Vampires from biting everyone's neck out there. Unfortunately, Lamborghini will give himself away to the blue zone. Despite of that, still got himself some placement and elimination points. We're down to 4 teams with 2 teams as a full squad. And it's going to be the Indonesian teams that have the full squad with Vampires. I mean, like, never underestimate 3 members of Vampires if Tony K is still alive.
Oh, not at all. Not even like if Vampire is down to 2. We've seen that happen before. And with 3, well, they could still come up with a miracle here. But now we have Alter Ego. And this round is a comeback round for them after the first 2 the previous 2 rounds inside the Erangel that they did not do well. This time full squad as we head on to our top 4 teams, and we'll be looking at stage 8 circle now. So this circle is going to be important, especially for teams on the right. It goes up. We have 3 teams in it.
I'm looking at Adik look surrounded by vampires, VOIN Donkey and Alter Ego. Nobody noticed him yet. I don't know for how much longer, but he tried to actually buy time down there in the middle of the in between the valleys of the small hills. But Alter Ego Alpha got finished off by the play zone. They need to push up front. It's not going to be easy. They have to fight against a VOIN Donkey and vampires at the same time for Alter Ego.
Yeah, so this will be a insane war right now. But we're going to start off this war with Alter Ego or the VOIN Donkeys. And Alter Ego, they're trying to find more advantage. Oh, Adik Luke named down by Tony K. So that's revenge served by Tony K.
Finally got finished off after such a long time trying to survive, but unfortunately couldn't last long enough to be in the top 3. But back towards the 3-way war, Vampires, VOIN Donkey and Alter Ego. VOIN Donkey do have advantage of manpower, but they're pretty much sandwiched between Alter Ego and Vampires at the same time. Here it comes and they drop on Zeta. Octa actually dropped the go time and an opportunity for Windows of Alter Ego to push in. But this also means Vampire will try to steal away those points too.
Yeah, this is the opportunity, and they will get one out of Rosemary. But Octa gets a knock on the raise and not securing the point just yet. Octa will be knocked out by Potato. Looks like they are trading blows with each other. VOIN Donkeys will be next to be eliminated. Vampire Esports, 3 players against 1 Boychel. And Vampire Esports scores their 2nd chicken dinner today.
I think that's a back-to-back chicken dinner. Now, what happened to them since week number 2? We saw them trying to be a bit of nomad in week 1, but week 2, after that newsy highlight, everybody in a different light for Vampires. They keep pushing the numbers up with every single map. Today, they scored a double digit.
Wow, every single map double digit? Man, that is crazy here for Vampire. Another chicken dinner, and I can't wait to see the overall scores later on. But we're going to look at some of the stats here, and the amount of eliminations that they got this time is 14 eliminations, so still a 24-point haul.
That's a huge amount of point in every single round and every single map here. I mean, this time we have to give it to Schwabs. Yeah, I know everybody loves Tony K, but you know what? Every single person of Vampire players do actually do so well when given the chance and given the opportunity. Despite all the others are going for M416, of course, set for Stone with the DBS. I mean, like, but the AKM user Schwab scored with the most damage out there.
Yeah, and Schwab's MVP this time. 6 eliminations, 713 damage, 152 damage received, 38% team contribution, and a survival time of 26 minutes, 25 seconds. So, yeah, like what you said, right? It feels like every single player of Vampire Esports is at their peak performance, as of now that is, and that is why today itself they're doing very, very well. But besides Vampire Esports, gotta give a shout out to Alter Ego, VOIN Donkey, and Team Secret.
Well, this map has been the best run for Alter Ego so far. If you compare with also Boom Boom, we have to question so much later on. But VOIN Donkey and Team Secret, I mean, I love Team Secret, always pop themselves up here in every single map as well. Quite consistent. If you compare with all the other teams down there, Team Secret seems to be on the rise. But let's relive the highlight to see all your favorite players again.
Well, Vampire and their Primos drop still gives them the edge somehow. No frills when it comes to rotation, straight in, and they scored the chicken dinner. 24 points, that's double the amount of points that Alter Ego got, which is 12. And we have another Indonesian region team, which is VOIN Donkeys with 11 points. So just 1 point behind Alter Ego. So it's also a good run for VOIN Donkeys as well.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of 6 eliminations across the board. The only team without placement points on top of this leaderboard right now is going to be GEEK Fam. They're just aiming for those eliminations. And I have to give it also for Team Secret. Quite a consistent team here today for a side of the Xaviers. I mean, I'm pretty okay compared to the last one, right? They didn't score too much in the last run. Correct me if I'm wrong. But when it comes to the second page, will there be a lot of zeros? None. We have all of them gather themselves at least 1 point for this map.
Yeah, so even Team PANDUM and NKT gets 1, so that's at least something. But of course, I'm sure the fans will be expecting more from Boom since they only scored 2 eliminations this round and nothing else. So another team that needs to do a lot of work. TODAK, this is their first real drop this time with only 2 points. But looking over the overall rankings right now, of course, it only took them 4 rounds to be at 62 points. This is crazy. 2 more rounds to go. They could potentially hit the magical 80 number before even going to day 2.
I mean, I will hold that thought for a bit because last time they were like this. The moment we mentioned about there's 2 more maps left, they can definitely get 80s. That's where they drop early in Miramar. I hope that's not going to be the case for Vampires because, yeah, I agree. All they need to do is just score 10 more points for each of Miramar map with their firepower. As long as all of them are alive, they're going to be okay. But the gap between Vampires and Alter Ego, now that's a huge one.
Yeah, and Alter Ego, technically, they highly perform in 2 games, the first and now. So they're at second place. Job done so far, that is. But on the second page, so now PA is the only team with a single digit with 8 points. Crit VIP, they scored of like 4 points this round, so they rose up to number 13. So naturally, that will push down Roy as well as NKT. GEEK Fam, a bit of a rise for them, but Boom, the team that everyone's looking at right now, is still at page 2, even more so outside of the top 8.
I mean, for the other teams that never scored the trophy yet, pressure's not too bad for them because, you know, they don't have that high expectation by their fans, of course, but this time we have different names, but we have to squeeze in Tony K no matter what, right? Shrubs and Tony K both scored the same number of eliminations up here, but damage-wise, that's going to be the only difference. Team Secret Soap's coming up at 3 eliminations, and Alter Ego Octa at 3 eliminations as well. But we can see Alter Ego players really try to make a comeback, but unfortunately, they always get sandwiched or being third-party by 3 or 4 teams at the same time every single run.
Yeah, although if there's any silver lining, they are now at second place, so it's okay for them. But it's way okay for Vampire Esports. Double chicken dinner back to back, and today they are undisputed kings of Erangel, that is. And the stats don't lie, they do love Erangel. But we're gonna move away from Erangel for the next match, and we're gonna get into Miramar. So this will be, well, at least based on stats, we'll see if Vampire Esports is able to keep up with the pace.
Well, speaking of keeping up the pace, we were looking forward about the Vietnam region teams can actually score chicken here to complete our run of flags here. Maybe the Xaviers or just now Team Secret, of course, close enough. But unfortunately, if the Vampire is still alive, good luck with that.
Yeah, I know, right? Today is like the definite Vampire day, so they are definitely the team to watch now. But since we are going to switch up the map, so jobs are going to be different, and let's also remember that this is the first time this actual grouping with these teams is the first time that they play together on this map, so we might see some surprises or early surprises from like across the map somewhere.
Yeah, speaking of the map, right? Speaking of the grouping as well, Vampires, they are in C group, so C group have to finish their run by tomorrow. So I'm not surprised why they are going all aggressive for Vampire Esports, knowing the fact they need to stretch up the gap. And don't forget about Alter Ego's interview last time. They did kind of indirectly and /directly challenge Vampires, so maybe that's what kept them going, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? That's a good point. The part where they went sarcasm all the way with when talking about Vampire.
It was
esports,
Rosemary, right?
Yeah, it was Rosemary with Hans for You that time, and yeah, they well at least they're keeping up the pace with Vampire if they want to have the last laugh at the end of the day. But the last laugh would still be in the grand finals if you ask me. Now it's more like setting the pace, setting the tone for what potentially could happen in the grand finals.
Yeah, I agree. It's all about one step at a time here. First, get into the Super Sunday. Second is going to be get into the grand finals. Winning the grand finals is going to be a different story where we're going to save it up for next week. Now, speaking of getting the Super Sunday, is Boom going to miss this Super Sunday as well?
This is interesting, right? I mean, based on how they're performing right now, it looks pretty hard. And let's remember, right, if we're talking about like the magical number of 80 points, right, they're still very, very far off the mark. They're not even like 50% through. So, if with the last two games, if they don't get at least like a total point of like 40 by the end of the day, then by their second day when they play, it's a lot of catch up to do for Vampire.
For Boom. Yeah, for Boom, I agree. When it comes to the overall rankings of weeks, they're definitely already in the 20th place because they missed last week's Super Sunday. It's a must for them to be in this Super Sunday. If not, it's going to be awkward without them in the grand finals here.
Yeah, it's weird not having the champion right there. The back-to-back champion, not in grand finals. And if they're not in grand finals, if you think about it, if they're not in grand finals and Alter Ego is, they will continue to collect PMGC points as well. So if they don't make it to grand finals, there is a potential we might not even see Boom in PMGC.
Yeah, speaking of the points, I mean, between the Indonesian region too, their gap is very small indeed. So, I mean, they cannot afford to just jeopardize this last round. I mean, they've been fighting for the PMGC points since the start of this year, and they get quite a big start of the year. And now suddenly to drop in the very last minute, man, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, this is where we hope to get an interview from Boom, right? So we have not gotten that interview yet, but of course, if we have a wish list, we'd like to hear from the teams that surprise us in a different way as well. But if I were to look at like the current performance, and normally we'll interview the teams that are performing, right? Potentially we might get an end of the interview with Vampire. I can already foresee the future now.
Hey, but if we get an interview from Vampires, I wish if you know, the interviewer actually, when they actually listen to this too, if we can ask Tony Case respond to last time Rosemary said, take away the MVP trophy, we don't really care. I mean, we all want to aim for the championship trophy. So I want to see that based on the sarcastic, very sarcastic interview last time. How do they respond to this for Vampire side too?
The naughty interview, right? The naughty interview.
Yeah.
If a naughty interview, probably put Fluke on. He's the naughty boy. So Fluke, and if they want one more person, it's probably Fluke and Schweppes. So the two naughty boys up, and maybe they might get a jab onto Alter Ego.
Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes the chat is super creative too. I love you guys when you put so many puns with Rosemary names out there. Rose divorce. I mean, these guys are super creative, man. I love you guys in the community too. But speaking of next map, it's gonna be Miramar. Are we having any hot swaps here?
Okay, so waiting for the camera to pan over to some of the substitutions. It is going into Miramar, so potentially we might see a swap. No indication yet, so even for Alter Ego, we're remaining with the same lineup. Looks like not as many swaps as we might have thought, like even after coming back from the break, and even now swapping the map, so we have not seen like a significant swap yet by these teams. Or
yeah,
not
and
many
to
yet.
see, do we have any at least?
We got one before this. Yeah,
Because
that's it.
I assume for these Xaviers, they probably want to, I don't know, maybe they are so confident, or maybe Chua is just a secret weapon because they're gonna let Chua play the entire day despite we haven't seen him in the competitive scene for a long time. We're talking about like what, even last season, he didn't actually play any last season.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, right? So I wonder if there will be an actual plan to this, because sometimes it's quite hard to tell.
I wouldn't mind an interview by these Xaviers too, just to know what is going on, like with the swap of Chua. I mean, not complaining. I love Chua too. Chua, when it comes to how he used to play super aggressive alongside with Lamborghini. But I can see that maybe because he's just getting into the chemistry of a team back when it comes to today. It feels like the Xaviers, despite they're quite consistent still, it feels like their firepower been toned down a bit for Chua to readjust himself compared with when Nate T is actually playing.
Yeah, if you think about it, right, like they were doing okay with their lineup. So when they stopped in Chua, of course, no disrespect to Chua, but because the Xaviers lineup have been not bad. I mean, they were doing okay, right? For them to make this stop, it goes. I also had the thought, not too sure what's happening, but yeah, this is where we hope to have another interview just to read out their minds of like what's happening. Man, it's so demanding, right? There's so many interviews to do. I mean, that's what happens if like in PUBG Mobile you have 16 teams, right? There's so many stories that you want to find out.
Yeah, I mean, behind the scene, unless if we actually dead and we actually know what's going on, we can actually share with you guys. And also speaking of another team, right, Alliance, after they swap in and out with Olio just now, I don't think it affects so much when it comes to the firepower, but I personally feels like I do prefer before Olio being swapped in, because we can see more aggression or even slightly more pick off of eliminations on the side of Alliance too.
Though I do like Olio personally. Yeah. But I guess sometimes like you need to give like players like that, so quote unquote warm up time, right? For them to get in the groove still. But maybe the sort of the map would definitely help as well, now that he has like the previous map to kind of like warm up into. So Miramar could be that. POMI Sports, we have them on screen right here. They're definitely not as cheerful as they would have wanted to be. So this map, these two maps, they have to come back with at least a good round to keep their hopes up for their second day coming in. But let's head on to Miramar, people.
You mentioned about Boom as well. We don't see Frenzy for the entire day. They're gonna deploy Flyboy all the way here for Boom as well. So I don't know, when it comes to the final week, it's always gonna be the most important one. Maybe this is their main starter lineup for the grand finals even. Well, depending on the circle too, because we have a southern flight path here. I just hope we don't get lost on the circle. That's the only thing that I wish for when it comes to Miramar. I had enough of that, but maybe somewhere else, you know, even the norm like Crater Fields and Martin Circle Power Grid, it's still gonna be okay.
I like how you have enough of that when we only have one Lost Learners circle so far in this season. So one is enough for Choo Choo. That's the indication, people. But for teams who definitely like Lost Learners, so Alliance definitely loves Lost Learners. They dropped there even since the Farang Legend days. They have not changed their drop spot here. They're going to share it with another team, and I'm looking at Team Secret, who normally likes to drop there as well. So Alliance will take the left side, Team Secret will take the right, and that's the regular arrangement. It's just like how in Yasnaya you have two teams as well. But our highlight team, which is Vampire Esports, so they do not drop by any corner. Instead, we're going to get the circle that, fingers crossed, hopefully Patrona.
The more we mention don't, the more the circle will rebel against us. But there's a high chance we're going to get Chimasera Circle. Most of the time it's going to be either south of Los Leones, between the valleys, or the high grounds and slightly low grounds of Chimasera for the compounds. That's going to be the usual case here. So I assume a lot of teams, based on the circle that just popped, everybody will try to get the vehicles as much loot within stage number 1. In a minute, they have to rotate towards those high grounds.
Well, we're going to get the first few shots here from Dimsy onto VOIN Donkey, but with that distance, with the amount of ammunition left, it's definitely not the right time for him to pursue. But at least it's information back to his team. While his other teammates, Maxius, on foot, probably has a mission to look for vehicles. I guess he wanted to look for vehicles where VOIN Donkeys is at until they spot them out, and then Maxius has to go somewhere else.
Swear to God, Max is spraying right now with level 1 vest only with no helmet. He saw VOIN Donkey players open fire against him quite far, so he was trying to please there would be some vehicles or at least a couple of gears along these small compounds that can actually small buildings that can go through. Here comes a shot coming out from above. That's gonna be VOIN Donkey just keeping tapped to the side of PANDUM, but PANDUM just now, unfortunately, it was always, you know, during their rotation they're being scattered about. It's always going to be during the rotation, not really when they're being charged or they're being ambushed. It's always during rotation wise. PANDUM always taken a lot of fights, and you know that's how they went down.
Yeah, so at least for now they get to slow down the pace a bit, just because of the size of the map. So that's one, and they have information on VOIN Donkey at least in front of them, so they can like, okay, so we know someone's there. Okay, let's decide on somewhere that will give us a better chance of survival. For Vampire Esports, I mean, what else can we say about them today, right? They are almost doubling the amount of points as the second place team now. But what we can say is that Shrubs is our highlight player, the MVP from the previous round. Not as high of the stats as compared to Tony K, but everyone put their weight.
Yeah, I agree. M416 Scar out. This seems like very similar to Tony K, weapon of choice, but Tony K I think is more towards 14. But Shrubs, also another team. I mean, every single player of Vampire Esports is all-star player. We talked about this so many times, right? Because, you know, Newsy back in the days was like in a different team, in Tony K, a different team, and like when they get it up, it's going to be all-star. It took them quite a long time, despite this all-star lineup. It took them quite a bit of time to, you know, get this sort of momentum with their lineup here, honestly, compared to last season.
Yeah, when you say that to them, then they'll be like, PMWI, yeah. So, yeah, I still got to give them credit for their double achievement, right? But, of course, if we continue to talk about the past, then it's just like, I want to make a comparison here. It's just like Man United fans talking about them winning the trophy last time. But, yep, I just have to get a jab on Man United. But anyway, yeah, they need to create a new legacy, right? It's about time right now. It feels like it's been, like what? It's last year since they won the PNWI, which was their biggest trophy. This year, they have not won a major trophy yet. So, and Southeast Asia is that one trophy that they have not got. So this is the best time for them to be at peak performance.
For me personally, I just want FaZe Clan to lift the trophy once, you know. I mean, because Vampires, FaZe Clan has been always in the tournament, but it's always going to be the one in the middle pack. If only they can actually lift the trophy once, and it's going to be a refreshing turn of events, right? To see a different team entirely that nobody expect them to secure the trophy that year, because we do know Vampire is known for PMWI champions, and then Alter Ego back-to-back also when it comes to PMSL, or maybe even TALON, who knows. TALON now being charged in by Roy taking a different kind of initiation compared to their Erangel run. They are more aggressive and proactive this one.
Yeah, and if they want to win this trophy, of course they have to prove it by winning this fight. And so far we can see, look at the spread around this church where Roy is at, right? They are opening up that space, and Roy pretty much going to play their game as well, so they're not going to play by the rules of TALON, and both teams, they are still in a lockdown with each other. But TALON, one player sent across the road, probably trying to find that high ground angle, or maybe an exit plan even, but probably more so for a high ground angle, just to get a good support position against Roy.
I feel like this church area is always going to be 100% fight every single time in stage 1 and stage 2, but we do have some knockdowns by Team Secret and Alliance, if I'm not mistaken, but due to the distance they cannot actually translate into 1 point. So it's going to be still back towards the fight between TALON and Roy. Now Roy, despite the charge in, I don't know how much they have left with their utilities and throwables. This will be the best time for them to drop those mollies if they have one.
Yeah, I can see them, like some of them holding up those mollies and also nades, so that could be part of the plan. But they're definitely calculating that, since every throwable is probably precious to them by now, depending on how many they have, that is. But if we look at Axel, he's out of Offensive throwables, he's only down to 3 smokes. So that's one indicator that why they are probably really saving up for it. But as we wait for the fight to happen, we'll move on to Alliance with Jimmy finally landing the first blood.
And also Talon just now is running out of ammunition too. Barely got enough. Double stack of magazine, that's going to be done it. So I think that's going to be a bit of a pause. Unless Roy knows what's going on, then they're going to go for the charge. But Alliance, I mean, they're picking off quite okay for their first starter up. That's going to be the first blood as we expected. PA taking the blue zone. And Roy, I don't want to see their gears right now. How much they have in their reserve too.
Well, we get a glimpse here, at least for GEEK. No first aids, only 2 needs. I guess that's one of the reasons why they're playing this passively, right? Because their utilities are kind of low. But at least they have the circle. Okay. But the bad news is that they're in the position by the edge of the circle. And we can see up north, VOIN, Donkey potentially might come in. Team PANDUM maybe as well. Maybe even XERXIA. So this fight at some point needs to end to avoid any third party.
Oh, going to those high grounds, we're gonna expect a lot of teams already try to garner as much nade, and all the teams are, start to rotate and get themselves as much loot as possible. And these 2 teams still holding it the longest. I don't know how they will get into the circle later, but just have to re-watch how Alliance take out the members of Team Secret. That was a nice off angle by those guys.
Yeah, and it's by Oleo, the sub who played in the previous round. So he's showing at least as, okay, guys, that's why you put me in. Okay, I can open up that first blood for you guys. And sharpshooting by him from that distance as well. So great work by Oleo. Let's see if Crypt VIP can come up with a great work as well. A team on page number 2. Team Secret in front of them. And no big moves by them. Then probably because like, all right, in the circle, we might as well hold our ground. And if you want to come, you come. If not, it's fine for them to be at where they are.
Alright, if you want to come, you come, and they are coming over this side. Boom, finally start to change their pace of game and not too conservative, I assume. And Razy going in for the charge, but unfortunately he was taking a bit of a whiff to a side of NKT players, which down to only how many of them? There's still 3 of them, and the rest just arrived. Is this the setup by NKT? Will Boom be trapped, or can Boom fight back?
Ooh, okay, we'll know that in a little bit more because the rest of the members of NKT have arrived. Joker will molly down Pondbit. This is probably the trap like what you mentioned. Now they are all in the same area. Pretty much enclosed in the building. Okay, NKT looking for another knock at least to find an advantage since they have 3 players here. The God comes down with a molly. Joker gets Yummy and Razy as well. Beautiful one nade by Joker to get 2 from Boom Esports. And Boom Esports, they are falling apart now.
Oh no, what is going on? Boom, they actually take the charge, and that was a perfect setup by NKT, and no loss for the player here. That was a 3v4, but now TODAK, will they go in as a third party or not? Because for the side of NKT, they're still licking their wound. But really, what is going on with Boom?
That is a mystery of life now. It's so hard to tell, man. So hard to tell. I mean, like, at this moment, we don't get to see much of Boom, right? But the moment we see it on screen, they didn't do that much and they got eliminated. When, like what you said, they have the advantage of like, okay, they started the fight and then they got baited. They went in when it is maybe deliberate or not deliberate bait, but when the moment they get inside of the compound, it's like they don't know what to do next.
Debated all the way. I agree. But that was a nice follow-up by NKT. They didn't waste any more time. And you have to give it to, I think it was Joker indoors just now, who hold his position the longest to fight the entirety of Boom, by the way. Not just 1v1. But when the circle shift again, we talked about those high grounds. Seems like it's going to be rotation times, and PANDUM, unfortunately, will be having to sacrifice one of their vehicles. At least Maxi is still alive, but they need to replace their gears right now. That level 1 helmet will not last as long.
Yeah, hopefully he's able to get something else. Level 1 helmet or any armor is not going to be good to last the entire round. And it's also, of course, based on the loot that they can find. It's all RNG sometimes. But the best is that if they can eliminate another team, they can loot out from that team. So that will be the best case scenario for them. I move over to Vampires. This team is fine by now, frankly speaking. They can do whatever.
What? Are you kidding me? They're still having a go? It's the longest pause since stage 1. Finally, action's been taken here. Roy and TALON, we talked about how much they have for their reserve. Will it be enough? Because we do know Vampires have their eyes set towards this side. PA coming in from the sidelines too. Roy seems to be winning this fight with some trade and casualties too. There's not a clean win for Roy because right now PA taking advantage. And Frankie knocked down Shunovs. Managed to fight back.
Okay, alright. PA has arrived, but Adam went down as well. Oh man. Okay, Roy has 2 active players now. Shunos, he is prepping himself up, but the Molly will force him to move. Shunos will be knocked down. And it is from the outside. Kiddo that gets him. 1 more to go for the side of Roy. 1v2. Let's see if a car can actually put on the clutch here against PA, but it's looking good for PA. But it became a 1v1.
Thanks to Vampires across the other side of the mountain and Daily make it difficult for PA and Schweppes stolen it away. Schweppes, I talk about how Vampires set their eyes towards this compound the longest time, but it's going to be PA taking this bullet from Schweppes 2 times now. But lucky enough for them, the compound will cover them a bit more for the rescue mission. But that almost went down south entirely.
Man, BA has to buy Vampire Esports dinner for that, for saving them. And with that, considerably they win the fight against Roy then. But, oh man, XERXIA now claiming something out of PA. Mizi taken out with a Mini 14. That's probably a long-range elimination by XERXIA. So it's a confirmed right now. PA 2 players now taking out the blue. But Alliance, they do have Team Secret in their hands.
Circle will shift again, will be right on top of NKT. It seems like it will be. GEEK Fam Alter Ego Team Secret Alliance. Whoever tried to get the southern sort of the high hills, that's going to be difficult. A lot of teams to fight. But northern entry in is also not so easy as well. Speaking of the teams waiting and gatekeeping, these Xaviers actually split themselves into 2 formations here, Cloud, on the south and on the north.
Taking control of the high ground on the left side. But of course they have to converge together now since they don't have to circle. So expect them to get together very, very soon. But on the right side though, we have Alliance who needs to come in and they have to hike this high ground with GEEK Fam in front of them or with Team Secret in front of them as well. But the north, like what you said, is probably going to be the toughest one. Furthest away from the circle and rough terrains here to navigate through.
Yeah, true. And the moment they try to push the other side, if the circle shifts more to the south, it's easy to be shot down from above. PA only left with 2 players, despite they actually coming in as a third party, rushing in the last minute, but heavy casualty thanks to Vampires too. TODAK, VOIN, Donkey, we do have a bit of a sharing, very small compounds here, and TODAK, real, it depends on him whether VOIN, Donkey can attempt to flush them out or not.
Oh, Iftar taken out. So the MVP from when TODAK got the chicken dinner has been eliminated. Adam knocked down as well from PEA. VOIN, Donkey and TODAK looks like Potato's going to go in for it with the UMP and he managed to get a knockdown. Beautiful rush in here onto Cleon. And TODAK now with the only 2 players on top of the hill. VOIN, Donkeys will need to kill up, so they probably might not go in for the rush.
I think it's maybe because of probably Vampires are going to make it difficult for TODAK because just now their follow-up was super late. I think because Vampires are shooting from the other side of a hill. But for VOIN, Donkey, it's never going to be a break time for them yet. XERXIA seems to be trying to pick off every time they hit those gunfires. That's their compass. They navigate through the sound of the shotguns and the firing sprays. So they try to eliminate the rest of VOIN, Donkey, who cannot revive on their knockdown members.
Aha, here we go. Knocked, but can he be saved? Okay, this is going to be the question mark here. Okay, so far so good. VOIN, Donkeys managed to reset one of the players and another player as well up, so they're back as a 4 technically. TODAK, they're busy with XERXIA as they indirectly are helping VOIN, Donkey now.
Yeah, but thanks to Vampire, make it difficult. Newsy keep his eyes towards players of TODAK from behind. So they have to be extra careful regarding their calculation for their next move of TODAK. If not, they might caught themselves in the crossfire between these three teams. But Vampires repositioning themselves as well. PA last play in trouble. With VOIN Donkey, they hiding indoors, knowing the fact that too many eyes are watching from these high grounds. It's difficult for them to pick out.
Oh, look at this nade by Lamborghini. Oh, okay, no one's in the smoke. Okay, lucky enough, they all evaded that nade. Lamborghini being cheeky from the lower ground. But look at the elimination feed. Kinubi's got taken out by the zone. So Crit VIP in a pickle as well. As we look at the Team PANDUM, they are forced to move in front because of the blue. And their challenger is going to be Vampire
nade.
Esports.
That's a long toss of nade by Newsy or Shraps, either one of them, but that's definitely close enough. But who knocked down? It's going to be Jabranki knocked down first by Newsy. Newsy seems to be on fire here, on point when it comes to his sprays. Achul will be... Ooh, last stick of Elf Blues are coming in. 1 HP left. Here comes to the nade. That's going to be the end of it. The collaterals hit, and it's going to be this sort of PANDUM to be eliminated, yeah.
Yeah, by the one and only Vampire Esports. 3 elimination points now. But we do have this fight continuing. XERXIA and VOIN Donkey. And XERXIA definitely has to move forward since they are on the outside of the circle. The circle shifted down south. VOIN Donkey holding by the edge of it. But behind VOIN Donkey is another team. And last we saw was TODAK up on that hill. So TODAK has the best advantage against these other two teams.
It depends. Last time I saw News is still scouting out to its real endling. So if he's still not willing to leave, then even TODAK is not saved by the Vampires. But fortunate enough for the other teams, Vampires left with only 2 players here. I assume that's going to be Newsy and probably Shrubs. We don't get a glimpse on the side of Vampires player lineup yet. Newsy definitely live. But VOIN Donkey, they cannot even pick out how to get out from here.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey, yeah, arguably the toughest situation since you have teams like above you and below you. But at least we can see movement away here from the team on top, which is XERXIA, sending one player out to scout on the left side. So that's probably to find an exit point. Okay, and they found one. Okay, on the left side, it's pretty clear. D Xavier used to be there, but no longer there. So that's probably going to be the next checkpoint.
I mean, as the valley top high grounds, there's XERXIA. They're sharing it with another team. If I'm not mistaken, last time it was NKT nearby. So they go out all the way towards the foot of the mountains to just clear things off. Just in case there's somebody's hiding inside of that small shacks and small compounds. But for Mega Earth, he's trying to open up the angles from above. RNJ, keep an eye and tracking down to his VOIN Donkey. So much the play of XERXIA is scattered about to gain information and intel for the teams to reposition themselves. So they're waiting for opportunity to go against VOIN Donkey as well. VOIN Donkey, they cannot even move due to TODAK players.
Yeah, and with RNJ behind them still. But I expect RNJ to move soon. Now, he doesn't have a vehicle, but with his teammates that have scouted out a route. Okay, he does have a vehicle. Okay, perfect for RNJ. So he'll say goodbye. You guys have fun. I'll see you guys in the inside of the circle.
Now, the only team that can actually save VOIN Donkey right now probably going to be Mega Earth and XERXIA. If they actually try to take down TODAK players, that's going to be opportunity for VOIN Donkey to leave this compound and get into the circle because nobody else will stop them from advancing. But speaking of advancing, Alter Ego Rosemary always taking the charge and lead for initiation of engagement.
Yeah, with the high ground advantage against Team Secret, it's definitely a go for them. But Vampire Esports eliminated 3 points this round. But it's okay. Vampire, they have a lot of points now. Give the chance to other teams. And Alter Ego might take that chance as they are winning this fight against Team Secret. Break is now trying to break away from this fight as we observe the next phase of the circle. And it goes up north this time with GEEK Fam in the middle of it.
Yeah, 50-50 and GEEK Fam got himself the best compound in the circle here while the other team's still striving to make sure they will stay alive a bit much longer. But the nade's being tossed. Well, it actually, nope, it's a bit short on the side of Alliance. They know the fact that they knocked down one of Alter Ego players, but unfortunately the hill will cover them a bit more. The terrain making it difficult for Alliance to shoot down their knockdowns before, but he helped so much on Alter Ego to reposition himself close enough to knock down on Rosemary, but he managed to get in as well.
Look at this, right? That is the fight for being the king of the hill. Who's able to be on top has the advantage. But no advantage for TODAK. No points collected for them this round. Eliminated at number 10 with 0 eliminations. As we look at the elimination feed as well, the guard from NKT knocked down. No follow-up yet. Oh, but break and accident there by Vico.
Well, I think they got themselves just 1 point for the placement. No elimination points. Next is going to be XERXIA on the rise here with 5 elimination, but unfortunately down to 2 players. Heavy casualty on their side. That's a nice nade by Mega Earth. Knocked down on Razak. But VOIN Donkey, they still have a full squad technically. So all they need to do is pop a couple of smokes, help their friends to take and pick back up. But Mega Earth still have Nui. Where's the cover fire? Didn't actually land.
But this is where the King of the Hill theory comes, right? As VOIN Donkey Potato up on this hill, so he has the advantage against XERXIA. So XERXIA right now only Nui left. He's been subbed in to play today. And let's see if we can come up with a big one here. He goes onto the lower ground instead because he knows that on top of the hill is pretty crowded. But he's heading towards where NKT is at.
Oh, NKT managed to reset. This is going to be 2 players. Alliance still having a full squad, but we're saying goes for GEEK fam. Unfortunately, we don't see any GEEK fam taking actions. Yeah, they got themselves the center. They not necessarily need to get out and pick out, go all the way out just to get those eliminations down. All they need to do is just wait it out and wait these guys to come over their side. But Alliance, they're trying to push your numbers up. They knocked down on Zeta. VOIN Donkey back to 3.
Yep, but they could still be saved. Let's see what happens here as we continue to observe. But Mr. Joe definitely is observing the movement of XERXIA. Final member, that's going to be Nui. And, oh, wait a second, it's actually Mika from GEEK that actually stole the elimination point away. So Mr. Joe, after all that work, got nothing.
Man, on the side of Mr. Joe, his friends, another Joe actually secures 5 elimination. He got nothing for now after so much work we put into it. But next Alliance versus Alter Ego is going to be face-to-face confrontation here. Rosemary knocked down. Olio down to only 10% of HP, who shredded almost his vest entirely. But Adik look knocked down as well as GEEK fam seems to be third-partying into this crossfire between Alter Ego and Alliance.
Yeah, from the middle of the map, right? Staying away and landing those long-range shots. Man, it's just so disruptive to these teams. Alter Ego now down to Alpha 7 with the circle. Shrinking towards the northern side. GEEK fam is in the middle of the circle. Alliance now only has Alpha 7 to deal with, and it's pretty low right now. The rush is coming in by Olio leading the charge. Alpha 7 needs to get away. Alpha 7 eliminated by Alliance.
No, by these Avis just
By
now,
these
Parajin.
what?
Before Parajin being knocked down.
man.
And there was a steal again by these Avis. Parajin before he went down himself. Speaking of third party and stealing, this game seems to be super fun now. We're down to only 4-5 teams left. And it's going to be the street that will divide VOIN Donkey from GEEK fam. And when it comes to space, I don't see a lot of space on the side of VOIN Donkey on the northern side of the circle.
Yeah, so they could still hold on to this stage, but next stage, not too sure about that. So they need to pre-plan their move now. As for Alliance, it's not about pre-planning, it's about planning right now, because their plan is definitely to get into the circle, creating that smoke bridge. But look at the shots coming in from the other side. They not only have Alliance to deal with, but VOIN Donkey on the other hill is actually looking at Alliance.
Yeah, but it's a clear shots to the side of Alliance, so they need to go back to where they had their covers before. But GEEK fam, they definitely got themselves the circle. All they need to do is just defend this and try to gain those eliminations, because running is just 2 eliminations. They spotted out VOIN Donkey, who's trying to transition himself inside of the circle. Crossing the street is a clear view for Mika, but the shot's not connecting. But Mika finally get down on VOIN Donkey. Zeta's on the ground bleeding out. VOIN Donkey, they're in shambles while they're trying to force themselves into the circle.
Get down, boy! That's what Mika is saying to VOIN Donkey now. Literally, they are below GEEK fam on the lower ground. And one of the players currently still knocked. And Mika is trying to end and gain those elimination points. Sending a couple of nades across. Mika being extra careful for himself as well. He's knocked out by Potato, but he should be able to heal. He should be able to revive. But the nade will not land, so VOIN Donkey is back up again.
It depends on Crit VIP and also Alliance to make it a trouble for GEEK fam with their very strong compound for their covers here. But Potato, VOIN Donkey, can he actually make an opening for the team? He got one on Mika. He just got picked up just now. Unfortunately, Adik looks stolen away. Speaking of stealing again, All the effort being put down in vain, but 9 eliminations across the board for VOIN Donkey. They're not stopping, and they managed to revive on Zeta once more. What a barricade he has.
Man, what a round it is, right? It's a round of stealing away eliminations. But look who got stage in circle. It's compound where Geek Time is at. VOIN Donkeys will definitely be looking at the compound and licking their lips, saying that we won some of that as well. But for Crick VIP and Alliance, both these teams will need to move forward. And again, this compound is looking really precious.
Not looking. Definitely feel precious right now. The most pressure from them all. And Geek Fam, all they need to do is just patiently wait for the teams. But hopefully it's not all 3 teams coming into their compound at the same time. Now Zeta and Potato slowly creeping in from the flank side. But if they're not aware of this, they might actually be in the same spot as Mika before. That nade coming up from Potato, it's going to be crucial for the side of VOIN Donkey to entry in.
Yeah, and if they can do so, then this is going to be huge. But of course, they have to deal with the other teams as well. Like Vexy is kind of busy with Alliance. Helton knocks down Leon's. And that means that Adelu is going to be the last man standing for Alliance. Is pretty low right now, and he will be eliminated by Geek Fam. Alliance out at number 4, but he scored 9 elimination points. Down to top 3 teams.
VOIN Donkey, they have a shot at winning the chicken dinner, but they need to save up their reserve of ammunition and their troubles here as well, because it's going to be difficult to flush out Geek Fam with this compound being held in their hands. But lucky enough for them, Geek Fam running dry with their resources too, or they barely got anything.
Yeah, I mean, they've been here for the longest time, not picking up any loot from whoever they have been eliminated, because they were all long-range shots. So it's hard for them to replenish their utilities. And even with that route, he's out of throwables right now, only down to his healing utilities. Audrey knocked down by our boy, so it's gonna be, they're gonna come in from 2 sides of the Geek Fam.
Yep, Geek Fam with no troubles anymore. Have to keep these teams out. There's no way Damrut is down. And Vaxi is pretty low himself when it comes to the troubles. But Crave VIP taking advantage, stealing it away. And it is going to be 1 by 1 taken out. Geek Fam, they are in shambles, living with only eyes and laugh. But Crave VIP, if they drop the nade, it's going to be exchange of nade galore between this Crave VIP and VOIN Donkey. Zeta is holding his ground. Crave VIP, a boy, when it comes to reserve, still got plenty, but no more troubles as well.
Yeah, and we see Aizain on the second floor here in between these 2 teams, so both of them need to be extra careful. But now they will try to take out each other. We can see that Zera peeks onto the left side. He has an idea that the other members of Crit VIP is on the other end of this building. Smoke being popped out by Aizain just to buy as much time as possible. Now at this moment, Aizain is hoping to at least go up to 2nd place.
Zeta playing the most pivotal role in this one. If he find it from the flank side, he knows exactly the angles he's searching for. But our boy will not make it easy for him. Vaxi will try to give the support cover fire for Zeta as well just now, but he cancelled it out the moment he landed those views to his side of Hilton. So Hilton, 54 reserve bullet, man. He doesn't have any helmet as well.
Oh yeah! Oh man, his head is wide open right now. So very exposed to headshots. Or at least the damage from headshots, that is. As for VOIN Donkeys, okay, we're stage 9. Let's not forget that. And this standoff has been quite a while. 1 more minute to go to the zone. Does not exist anymore. The whole map will be blue. And arguably this is the first time that we see this long that a stage 9 stage that is being held out.
Yep, especially Miramar too. Aizain, thankfully enough, but Zeta just next to him. Oh! But yeah, it was his teammate. But Aizain still lasts long enough. But unfortunately, Aizain will close in by the blue zone first. He's cornered down by the walls. Potato might spot him out. In fact, he's waiting for the bullets. And Blazer will deny the points. But Crave VIP shambles. VOIN Donkey, despite it was impossible, is a chicken for them as well when they cross that road. What a effort coming up from VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, no circle, no problem for VOIN Donkey. And you pointed out right. That road that they managed to cross over and at the same time deal with Geek Fam, trying to gatekeep them. They overcame that, and that was their key to scoring this chicken dinner. If it wasn't because of them able to come up with a brilliant move, getting across, then the whole storyline will be entirely different. But it is the brilliance of doing that that rewarded them with the chicken dinner in Miramar.
Not just that, they scored himself 12 eliminations across the board. They're coming up from VOIN Donkey. There was some level-headed plays. Despite everything was against them, they were being knocked down multiple times just to cross those road. If you look at the damage received by Zeta, he got knocked down multiple times just to cross the road. His damage received is almost similar to his damage dished out.
Oh yeah, that's a good point there. The tanker for the team. But Vexy is our MVP for the team this time. 4 eliminations, 923 damage, 525 damage, which is really high actually. And a 27% team contribution with a survival time of 28 minutes 35 seconds. But honestly, I think all of their damage was because of like when they were trying to cross that road, they absorbed a lot of damage and they keep reviving, they keep healing themselves up, and they made it through.
Yeah, despite barely enough for their throwables and utilities, when it comes to their first 8, it seems down to none just to cross that road. And we look at throwables, it seems like Alliance have the most out of it, but unfortunately, you know, because of the three-way war between GEEK Fam Alliance and VOIN Donkey, I mean, that was some difficult defense for GEEK Fam as well, because of 2 different angles. They have to just hold those hand grenades exploding everywhere. The moment Mika got knocked down, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the entry point from VOIN Donkey and Alliance too. That was some difficult circles till the very end for the side of GEEK Fam, despite they had that compound. But Creep VIP got himself a good round as well this time. When it comes to surviving as a full squad time, they have the least amount across the board as well. For Creep VIP, we get to see for the next round will be another stage 9 Miramar or not. But maybe we gotta get to see the highlight first.
Yeah, and Creep VIP, they actually stayed quiet on the right earlier on. But let's check out how the Creep VIP and the rest of them actually scored points in this round.
Insane team play by VOIN Donkey. He's got himself 12 eliminations. I mean, that's some tough road they're taking, but still managed to go through.
Yeah, I know, right? That was a illustration of how difficult it is for them to cut across, but they still made it, and they definitely deserve this chicken dinner. 22 points collected. Lions, 13 points that came from behind of GEEK Fam. GEEK Fam stood at that compound for the longest time. 10 points this time. And Good VIP, their best performance today so far with 8 points collected. So we should see them move up still, though they could still be on page number 2. But at least this is a good improvement by Good VIP.
But unfortunately, TODAK, despite they have good consistent early on, Team Secret as well, this time it's going to be zeros for them. So I assume Erangel will be their most comfortable map for these two teams based on their performance in Miramar just now. But still a lot of question marks up there for Boom. Vampires, I mean, like, they're okay. We spoke too soon when we talked about them securing maybe 10 points each map with the remaining last Miramar map. Maybe they won't hit the 80 by end of the day, but Boom, they definitely, well, I don't know about them right now.
Yeah, I wonder how far they are at this point, or at least how many total points. At least for Vampire, if they were to hit the 80, they're 15 points away. So, yeah, if it's not today, day 2, not going to be a big issue for them. But because of the rise of VOIN Donkey scoring this chicken dinner, so it would push down Outer Eagle to 4th place now with 38 points collected. And on page number 2, so you asked about Boom, they dropped down further now to number 14 with 15 points.
This is awkward, not gonna lie. Boom. I mean, okay, at least everybody got themselves double digit by end of today, right? So it's not all bad news, except for PA, no placement points. Still, I mean, they should have been focusing on eliminations all this time, because placement points don't really play them well. Boom, though, we're gonna talk about that later on, because right now they had to have Arctic Look and Vexia. I love these comparisons. These two plays are very similar when it comes to their playstyle.
Yeah, although it's slightly more towards Arctic Look when it comes to stats, but yeah, like what you said, they're not too far apart. Like 5 versus 4 eliminations, damage 980, 923, assist 2 to 1, and team contribution even 38% to 27%. So it's okay there. But Vexi have been shown to us on the battleground that he has been a very important player for VOIN Donkeys with all those interesting positions, high ground, long range that he is able to put up, and because of that, VOIN Donkey has scored the most eliminations this round.
Yeah, and thanks to Potato as well, they actually make an opening for the side of VOIN Donkey against GEEK Fam. The only one that actually hold the ground strongest was Mika's position, but the moment the vacancy happened by GEEK Fam's Mika knocked down finish off in an instant, that gives so many opportunity for Donkey with those eliminations. But we have quite a high elimination for the other teams doing. So far, no Vietnam team managed to secure that chicken dinner yet for today.
Yeah, waiting for the final match for at least a Vietnamese team to bring home a chicken dinner, right? So at least to complete our collection here. But congratulations to VOIN Donkey with a chicken dinner, and I would say that out of all the chicken dinners today, VOIN Donkey's chicken dinner, it was the best quality chicken dinner that we have seen so far today. So big up to them for VOIN Donkey. We do have a final Miramar match though that's happening up next, ladies and gentlemen. So again, looking forward to hopefully a Vietnamese team to complete the flags up here. So seeing D Xavier, Roy, and also Team Secret, if they can actually do that.
Well, I gotta have to wait and see, because just now, when it comes to the first Miramar map, we don't see a lot of Vietnam team manage to survive till the very end of the very circle, and not many of them manage to migrate themselves on top of those high grounds. Just where GEEK Fam was actually planned themselves early on. But maybe the next circle will actually fare a bit better for the teams, depending on the flight path of the circle too, right? But we have to go back towards the drawing board. They will Boom. I'm gonna put up the question: will we miss Boom in the grand final this season?
Yeah, that is a big question mark right now. I mean, it's looking very bleak for Boom. Although there's still one more day, right? And whatever happens, there's still last chance qualifiers, but with the current performance of us not even able to see much of them, when we see them in the fight, they don't win. Even like we talked about like the Miramar match, they took the fight against NKT. They started the fight with NKT. I mean, if you start a fight, you expected to get at least something out of it, but they just like fall apart when NKT like counter back onto them.
Yeah, and just to remind, that was a 1v3 at first. And Joker, how another Mr. Joe, I call him. Yeah, Joker. He held his angles and corners in that compound the longest of time for the rest of NKT to follow up and give in support fire, but that was quite surprising with the 3v1 condition of Boom that we know back in the days how aggressive they can get, to be very hesitant in that very situation.
Yeah, but that situation definitely gave them that good feel, good vibes for NKT. So yeah, I mean, and plus you gotta think about it, right? You have that even better vibes, that the fact that you eliminate a double champion. But we're going to have a swap here for the final game. Oh, okay, newbies swapped out and Putra is back in the lineup. So this is also the same lineup that they have been playing before newbies came by. So they're going to come back to their default lineup. But boom, finally making a swap here today.
We're gonna have to wait and see, can Frenzy make a comeback for the team or not, because back in week 1 we had a lot of Frenzy, not so much of Flyboy. Starting on week number 2 we had him more, but I'm always a big fan for FAZE, so I love to see him play against once more. I'm surprised these big names that we talked about, that the players that always engage aggressively, proactively try to find their target, not being deployed early on.
Yeah, they've been kept for some reason the final game. For like Boom, I kind of can get it, right? Because yeah, you would make any change for now. For Talon, they're okay, but yeah, they just decided to make that swap. But of course, we don't really know what the conversations that happen behind the scenes. They do know better, so of course we leave it to the experts and we enjoy the swap and the potential change by coming for the final game. Let's go.
It's gonna be the final map of Group A versus Group C here today. Tomorrow we're gonna have Group B coming into the fray. But when it comes to Group C, they need to push their numbers up. There's gonna be Alter Ego, VOIN Donkey, Crib VIP, TODAK, NKT Team Secret, Roy, and TALON, because tomorrow will be their last day here. At least for Boom, right? In their case, they can just reassess and revise their rotation, since tomorrow is going to be their off day.
Yeah, so Boom Esports, they could use all the break they need right now. Yeah, because I mean, week 1 looked okay for Boom, and then Super Weekend came. It was okay-ish performance, a little bit below, but week 2 then it just goes all the way down. It feels like, you know what, if I kind of reflect on it right now, right? Since the Super Weekend of week 1, they have not recovered at all, if not much at all, until now.
A very big question mark. I don't know. I mean, like, I can get it if they're playing in a different region entirely, like homesick or getting used to the environment. But we're talking about they are playing with their, they are the host region this time. So they should have the home buff, but we have a very northern circle. Will we get overseas or not? I'll never get there, but maybe we're gonna have water treatment circle. That's quite generous, but unfortunately the flight path was down south, so still gonna be a lot of one direction migration for most of the team. We expect some clashes later on.
Yeah, but if we talk about like the home buff, right? Generally, Indonesian teams are still doing well, but of course they have the most slots among everyone else, so they're chances of generally doing well is up there. But yeah, I guess the main answer will be revealed in the grand finals if they are still able to have that true home buff. Or we might see a new champion this time, because every week we do see like different teams like really stepping up the pace, right? Like I remember like in week 1, it was big domination by D Xavier. And then week 2, it was like Alter Ego. And then now, as of now, it's Vampire Esports. So we do have different regions also stepping up the game. But the player that's been stepping up the game is Vexi by VOIN Donkeys.
Yeah, since last week, Vexi has been taking a lot of spotlight. Usually it's going to be Zeta. I think since last season, it's always Zeta. Early this season also, it's always going to be Zeta. But this time, Vaxi with a minute 14 and 416. Well, no surprise because this is going to be his favorite map then for VOIN Donkey, especially for Vaxi with that minute 14. I agree when it comes to getting off angle. It feels like, I personally feel like Vaxi and Zeta is playing a tag team. Sometimes they switch role depending on the situation.
Yeah, we don't always get to see like the stat of like another weapon above an M4. So that's quite refreshing to see for Vaxi. And like what you said, sometimes it's like maybe Zeta, sometimes it's like Vaxi, so they can like interswap the roles. So maybe they're playing this like two tag team sort of strategy by them. But every time when we pan on to Vaxi, for the most part, at least from my observation, he's always at those high grounds, tapping away onto another team, and that also is a very important role to provide the support cover fire for his team and also potentially get the first knock with the mini 14, and then that would open up the space for his teams to take fight. So Vaxi is, although sometimes we don't see him doing all those sexy flick moves, but his position on those high grounds are important for VOIN Donkey overall.
But I personally feel like his flashy moves and flashy plays has been quite how do I say this? Quite obvious these days. It's quite apparent because of how he actually opened up some off angles regarding of some stalemate between VOIN Donkey and the other teams. He always the one that actually opened up the angles for them to actually get a breach into certain compounds. So I feel like Vaxi definitely can play that role with an off angle, or even trying to be like how Tony K always used to do, right? He's doing that exactly these days. Zeta used to do that, but these days not so much. I think Zeta kind of swapped with a frontliner entry fragger compared with Vaxi. But also speaking of which, Cloud, you talked about maybe some teams like Boom can come back for Grand Finals. Question is, will they even get in the Grand Finals here? Because I'm looking at the overall league. Their points when it comes to week 1, it's not so much too.
Yeah, only 20-ish points. I mean, that is a question that can only be answered by later, right? Because comeback is always real. I'm just being optimistic here for Boom Esports. As long as you still have enough games with a logical amount of points that can be collected, then you could probably still see them. So I'll still put it up to Boom here. I mean, although as of today, with the 5 games being played, absolutely difficult for us to see what's up with Boom. But as long as there's games, mathematically it can still be done. We still have the last chance qualifiers, whatever it is. So yeah, possibility is always there.
Well, at least this season they're not swapping the players every single map, so oh, before they actually get the back-to-back champions, that's what happened for them to realign and readjust for the players to get some adaptation. But Roy being surprised by VOIN Donkey. Speaking of VOIN Donkey, they are going all in for this last map.
Alright, get one. Okay, looks like they try to find the next one, next target here. So Posh gotta be a little bit careful, as we can see the movement here by VOIN Donkey. Some of them opening up that space across the road. Just to provide that cover fire perhaps. But okay, everyone's leaving right now, so they're not interested to challenge Roy. Perhaps they assess the situation that, okay, we're going up against a high ground. It's a disadvantage to us. There's another building across the road. We might as well take that one instead.
Yeah, try to avoid unnecessary conflict. They try to calculate whether it's going to be worth it for them to commit or not, and that's a wise decision. It means that they're very level-headed players. They don't go recklessly going for those eliminations just because they can, and not showing that they're overconfident as well. They have a lot of respect for the teams that actually competing in this tournament too. But for vampires, and I mean, I'm not taking any credit away from all the other players, yeah, don't get me wrong, but I feel like every time TODAK being eliminated early, it's a rare occasion if they can actually get double digit without TODAK, but it feels like most of the time TODAK has to be kept alive.
I mean, if you talk about like double digit points, right? It's apparent that stats don't lie. Tony K always comes up with the eliminations. Like, if let's say he comes up with 7, his other teammates would like come up with maybe like 4 or 5 or 3. So we can see that the gap of course, the capability that Tony K is able to get with get in the eliminations. So that definitely contributes to them scoring a high amount of points, even though when he's around. And I guess that also kind of answers, like, based on the stats, like if he's not around, then you would cut back down on like those eliminations by maybe like, imagine not having those 7 eliminations that Tony K is able to come up with. So yeah, I mean, it does make sense from a logical stance. So just putting out the facts there, right?
Yeah, we got the facts to back us up, so don't bash us, guys. But Yummy May, I mean, that's ambitious of Tap coming up from quite far across the other side, but we might have an OSS really all the way up north. This is going to be super interesting, and BA and XERXIA will try to get themselves in the center as much as possible, but the thinning of crowd from south is a no joke thing. Look at how colorful everybody just cutting across a water treatment area, and it's going to be a wild fight later on.
Wishlist Oasis is still maybe there. Okay, let's see. But like what you said, right, it's really crowded down south. A lot of teams moving up north now. NKT found one target, long range spray by Triple F, almost get a knock onto Yoru, and Yoru's pretty low right now. He does have a decent amount of cover, so Triple F repositioning himself up onto the higher ground. He might want to go in for it, and Yoru's vehicle is smoking up, so Triple F definitely has to go in.
But VOIN Donkey definitely adamant when it comes to getting themselves those eliminations here, trying to shut down. Oh, Maxis! What a nade by Zeta. It's go time for VOIN Donkey, trying to get it and translate into 1 point. But there's going to be Nate flying over that side too, so he tried to avoid those explosions. But Razak reposition. Can Vaxi see them from above? Now, that's going to be a difficult angle visualization on where Vaxi was at. So he will reposition himself too, and Zeta, he knows the knockdown will still not be picked up, so he finished them off in an instant. It's going to be still 1 point secured by VOIN Donkey.
And so VOIN Donkey still not stopping yet. And so far, a good defense by them. Now they managed to take one, probably another one as well. Nice nade by Zeta across, knocked out Jobranki. So looking for more now. They do know they have the man advantage. That's why they're rushing in from all corners now onto Team PANDUM.
Oh, VOIN Donkey. It's going to be difficult corners for them to try to find an entry in. Vaxi coming in all the other way south, and they reposition. Vaxi is trying to bait them out, and Zeta caught Dimsy, and that's down to 2 players. So they're trying to go for the revive. Can they actually go up to second floor? But PANDUM, they need to just exit out right now.
PANDUM, we're gonna go because they've been cornered down by VOIN Donkeys. Goes up to the second floor. It's gonna be Razak. One nade onto Razak, so a bit of a trade there, but he's actually a potato. Nade and Razak. But lucky enough, it's just going to be a laugh among them.
Yeah, it's for the better good. So it's the better for the better. You know, you have to sacrifice one for the whole team to be alive. That's going to be one of the case. And they managed to resuscitate him, so it's going to be a-okay. But not so much okay when it comes to Secret trying to hike up. He got stuck here. So was your friends need you, because right now it's going to be versus GEEK Fam and Crave VIP at the same time.
At the same time, we'll check out the circle. Whether it goes up north or not, PA will be hoping for that. We still have a bit of Oasis there, but it's going to be split between the road as of now. And there's still a lot of teams on the south side, including Boom Esports by the edge of the circle. So this should give them at least a bit of an edge there. But expect more teams to combine to Boom Esports' area down south.
I'm looking at these A's, is probably going to go the same direction where Talon actually moved themselves navigating to as a northern side where PA was just now. So we might have a lot of northern contenders too later today. But NKT Joker spotted out. VOIN Donkey Potato managed to leave. I don't think VOIN Donkey sacrificed any of their members. Nope, but Alter Ego, as always, Rosemary starting off the fight and one knockdown.
So Alter Ego, they got the advantage, but it's going to be a long-range one. So they do have some players down on the ground though to eliminate them. So NKT, they are now surrounded by Alter Ego. Triple F gets knocked down, but he got off-die in the process. Alpha 7 will get him instead. And on the other end, Alpha 7 will continue to put pressure back as Octa will be revived.
They need to revive, but the vehicle moved by itself. They don't have the covers anymore. And Rosemary... Yeah, they didn't pull their handbrakes, that's true. And Rosemary, that smoke up vehicle won't last long. He needs to slowly climb back up. He's going in reverse. While Boy Chill will try to give support fire and finish off. And Triple F, the god will not be revived anytime soon since they left the entire crew behind by Mr. Joe and Joker. And they will try to reposition himself inside of the compounds of the building, but Joker didn't make it enough. But lucky for the side of MKT, there's another team coming up from behind. That's gonna be Boom.
Oh, Potato. Okay, Potato. Okay, he managed to get away. Whew. The terrain did help him, so it's okay for now. But Mr. Joe, is he going to do anything about this? His other teammates have been eliminated, now leaving only him alone. And no elimination points as of now for NKT. And Mr. Joe needs to go into the circle. But we can see based on our minimap, yep, VOIN Donkeys is still around. And they're looking for Mr. Joe now.
Very persistent when it comes to a VOIN Donkey. They will finish off whatever they're aiming for. But for Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego, they are on the move. They're trying to navigate into the water treatment area and coming and entry into the circle from the southern side. But we do know there's going to be a lot of teams where Creep VIP aligns at. I think nearby they might be sharing around with not just Team Secret, there's also Vampires last time I saw them.
Yeah, Vampire's been pretty quiet, right? So, not making those moves yet, whether it's against a Team Secret. So, no big reason for them to do so. They can stay chill for now. Stage 4, we'll see how it goes, depending on where the circle is. Okay, now we have a good view. Vampire Esports, they are somewhere in the middle. They should still get the next piece of the circle. Same goes for GEEK Fam. And we will not see an Oasis circle.
It's never gonna happen, but at least we got quite a bit of time. But when it comes to the circle, Geek Fang got quite a good view up there with XERXIA and Roy too. So there's gonna be a lot of teams on the south still. Well, Creep VIP oblivious regarding Team Secret's positioning right now, definitely giving away his position for Team Secret. Mr. Joe, well, sharing is caring, they say, but not in this case.
Yeah, Mr. Joe don't like sharing, you know. Mr. Joe wants this place for himself. Big clutch by Mr. Joe. Let's see. Oh, he got one, but the nade sent across by Potato. In time to eliminate Mr. Joe before he's able to collect any elimination points. NKT out.
XERXIA's just on top of them too. For VOIN Donkey, I mean, they definitely will not fight each other for XERXIA and VOIN Donkey because Alter Ego definitely interested with VOIN Donkey's position here as well. And don't forget about Roy. They're just across the other side too. So if these two teams seems to be fighting, I think even Roy will make a U-turn despite they got the center of the circle and be part of this.
Oh, look at this from the high ground. D Xavier now devouring Talon. Red face knocked as well. Levi's is A-OK. He can heal up himself while his other teammates will make sure the point goes into the pocket of D Xavier. 3 elimination points right now, leaving Talon with 1 player.
Levi pretty low. And I can see Geek Famika's just next to him as well. Oh, the uneven terrain making so much surprises in Misery Spot. Oh, just a bit later, but he given away the Xavier's Levi from above. Nowhere is savior for Misery.
Ah, man, this is a miserable position to be in. But not so miserable for Rosemary as he got one for himself. PEA fighting against Team Secret somewhere else as they took a break from Team Secret. Misery, now it's time to move. Okay, Blue is behind him. Let's go, Misery. Which route shall he take?
It's going to be difficult for him to push into the circle. Barely can get into the compound and Talon Misery spotted out by Mizzy. That's going to be the last of Talon without any eliminations. And they just had red face swap in. Unfortunately, no actions at all on the side of Talon and with a 0 point for this last map.
Yeah, so Talon is out. No points collected by them. Despite their substitution of Red Face coming into the lineup. Tomorrow will be another day for them. Azeda for VOIN Donkey is knocked. So let's see if there's any follow-up from here.
Yep.
So it looks like Team Secret PA is still going at it.
Now XERXIA taking advantage of those knockdowns and Rosemary might actually steal it away too. But I think Rosemary don't want to overcommit himself given the position is quite difficult for him to actually go through the front line. But Rosemary is pretty low himself. How to just deal this by him solo-handedly. Here comes a jump shot by Vaxi. And it's Vaxi again. But the rest of Alter Ego will follow up. But it's going to be XERXIA on top. Will XERXIA push into his VOIN Donkey too?
Vexy. Ah, man. Vexy taken out by the DBS gameplay by Boy Chill. And Vexy eliminated. Okay, Octa's going to come in from the other side. Try to take advantage of the situation. But he is alone though. His other teammates, Alpha 7 is on the other side. Now Potato is in the building. One nade sent across. Octa! Oh! My goodness. Surprised by Sersha from the top.
Yep, there's also Boom behind Zerja. Now, Zerja, if they can wrap things up quickly, they need to deal with Boom just behind them. And by VOIN Donkey will try to eliminate the Octo, still bleeding out. But the last player of Valtigo is a bit too far to give some cover fire. Or even trying to finish him off. Well, VOIN Donkey Potato is always pretty good himself when it comes to the nades here today. But unfortunately, he's running out of one.
Yeah. Only down to like one stun grenade, and that's about it. 4 smokes, which is definitely not offensive at all. So he has to depend on his shooting skills now. Looking at the situation of Alpha 7, he's on the outside the circle, pretty far away to get in. Hopefully he'll be able to sneak himself in, but boom, eSports snuck in one nade to knock down Megamine.
Yummy May starting the action, so instead of Boom, now we get to see can Boom successfully trying to take the attempt to flush out the rest of Zerja. Last time we saw them, it was a big failure against NKT, but this time, redemption time, here we go. Coming in hot with Yummy May, dropping another nade. Megamine managed to revive by Nui. Now, Boom managed to breach in, but can they clear their corners?
Yeah, they just need to make sure that all corners are well checked, not to be surprised by Sersha, but Sersha, all of them are in the building. Yummy lobs a nade into the inside of the building. But no casualty yet. Megamine gets frenzy instead. Yummy goes down to Megamine as well. Megamine double knocked down, but Megamine being countered forward by Bombit. Bombit gets Megamine instead. Nui gets frenzy. Bombit knocked down. Looks like this is falling apart by Boom eSports. And Sersha defended their ground against the incoming Boom eSports.
Another failed attempt by Boom to flush out the rest of Zerja, but no time to rest. And still licking their wounds. Here comes VOIN Donkey, but what a greeting by New with the shotgun. And Zeta fire back. And Zeta with the DBS now going against S12K. But Zeta is pretty low himself. The shots coming up from outside. He's being knocked down by, wait, what, who? And it's gonna be different teams entirely. No, not really. Still VOIN Donkey, but Megamine using the Mega Brain to outplay VOIN Donkey. They managed to defend twice in a row.
Well, as much as I want to reflect on the Boom eSports thingy, but we have Alpha 7 now against Crit VIP. He's defending this guy all alone. If he can get one more member of Crit VIP, it will be a big one for him. But he's on the lower ground right now. Big disadvantage as the shot came all the way by Schweppes from afar.
Downtown shots all the way. There was quite a distance there. 200 over meters, those shots. How did he actually see through within those structures in between? But for the side of Zerja, still a big win. 2 teams in a row, they managed to secure those elimination at 7. Thanks to the push coming up from the different teams, trying to take away their compounds. But next, the northern side seems to be in action too.
And Audrey had an accident, but Crit VIP eliminated number 10. 1 elimination point, only 1 point this round. So Crit VIP, not much this time. Hoping for the next day then. Circle-wise, GEEK fam has to meet out the circle, but Audrey, he fell. I noticed the elimination, he fell, and now he's bleeding out. His point might be denied.
Yeah, I think he got slipped down. He slipped down all the way down there. But for vampires, now they start to move, taking a challenge against the Warehouse of Alliance. Because they want to cross the street later on, they have to deal with whatever from the back. Nuzi bleeding out, Tony K taking the charge and lead for the points here. Can he be knocked down by Alliance or not? As Leon Dizzy coming up from flank side, taking a pick, almost knocked down entirely for Tony K, but unfortunately Nuzi will be at a loss. Now that's only going to be Tony K stands for vampires.
Okay, Tony K here in this area, but he's going towards Schweppes. He is cooking up this nade though, so he should have the space. Oh, Schweppes! Muso has got Schweppes from the high ground. Team Seeker stole the point away out of the hands of Alliance.
Stone be cornered down as well around the haystack area. The haystack shack will not last him too long because Leon's already got himself locked for his vision there. Tony K prepping up the nade, cooking it up, hoping it will actually land on any of the players of Alliance. Here comes the nade, will be a boom, close enough, half HP down for Adek Luke, but Tony K taking the lead for the charge anyway.
And Stone is behind Tony K though. but Stone being pinned down. We can see on the minimap the shots fired by Team Secret onto Stone. Stone is having a hard time to move. Oh, Tony K having a difficult time as well. He's looking at Team Secret. He knows that Team Secret is on the high ground. This is bad news for Tony K, and Tony K knocked by Leons.
Oh, there's no covers for the side of Empires. They're out in the open with the teams above and the team in front of them. That's a clear shot for Leon, and next is going to be Stone as well. Now, don't forget about Team Secret High Grounds trying to steal away those shots, but it's going to be GEEK fam. No, never mind. It's Team Secret as well from above.
Man, that high ground really gave them the advantage, but advantage probably to DJ when they came down for the high ground. Now onto PEA. Lamborghini goes in for the 1v1, gets the knockdown onto Adam. Looking for the other members of PEA right now. Oh, Mizi just right below Levi's, and PEA out.
A lot of peekaboo, I see you. While grenade elimination on the side of Chwadi Xaviers, they're dominating across the board with 7. Zerja with 8 right now, thanks to the defense from the side of Zerja's. But these Xaviers, they are on the hunt. Next, Zerja, they can spot out Iftar. I think that's going to be the last player of TODAK. No, not really. TODAK still have a full squad. There's 2 teams beneath Zerja, but they have to make a move in case the circle will go towards the northern side.
Yeah, TODAK is opening up the space on the left side, so being cautious, managing the next stage. But now they have to go up to the high ground, and they're going towards Megamind and Co. And Megamind cooking up his snake. He hurt the vehicles. TODAK not all in committing yet. Okay, they're baiting out the utilities, and they managed to knock down Mega up in the process.
Megamind pretty low himself. If TODAK take opportunity and keep dropping those nades, they might actually 2 in 1 for the discount. They got it. And it's down to last player of Zerja, or maybe left with 2 of them still at the back line. But if the how to hike up, it's going to be a difficult angle here to just deal with these Xaviers for now.
Yeah, Xavier has a good spot. And they would still have the good spot. Look at the circle. Majority of it, because of that road, is onto Xavier. And they can still rain down the bullets onto teams below them.
Yep, as long as they have enough reserve. That's going to be the bigger question later. But for these Xaviers, they can gatekeep every single move from the teams just beneath them, as long as they got themselves the circle. But TODAK real pretty much Lynx is actually just beneath. It's going to be difficult for them to fight each other out. And Lynx, if the circle is not really in his favor, have to get into it.
Yeah, so even if we cut across like below, like potentially another team would be able to look at them. And that is actually Roy, the green color team on the mini-map that is in the circle, and will be able to gatekeep the 2 teams beside them.
Last time this what happened to Roy too. Don't forget about GEEK Fam, Aizen and Damrit position last time. It feels like a deja vu. But back to the side of Zerja, they might actually challenge Roy straight off with a crash here. They were forced to get into this compound to get crossing the road. But Shun has to be charged. But here comes a nade. Will drop down on 2. Only 1. Here comes another one. Did not connect. But Porsche and the rest of Roy will try to defend this and hold their ground as long as they can. But the problem is, TODAK taking advantage. Same goes for these Xaviers.
Yeah, TODAK coming from behind. Now Sersha, they're falling apart. 1 player left that's still alive, going in for the revive. But they set the cross out to clear by Juke to knock him down. Levi's will take advantage. Look at this. These area might be able to steal away elimination points if not have been eliminated by Levi's as well. And now Juke is rushing in to make sure that all their corners are checked as Sersha eliminated.
Still Aizen and Damrod alive, yeah. Trying to finish off Alliance players while the Xavier's right on top. We do have 20 more seconds to go. 25 seconds to go, stage number 8. It's going to be depending on this next circle whether the Xaviers have to leave or not. But Alliance, they have to do quite a very rough terrain and an awkward angle to deal with Aizen too. And Aizen can just keep dropping those nades without any problem.
Yeah, I mean, what a good angle here, right? He still has that 1 molly though to try to flush out Alliance. Adiluke just right below him. Ooh, Adiluke fires back. And Aizen, extra careful now. Not going to overpeak himself. But Roy, they have 5 eliminations and they're dominating after that beautiful defense against Sersha with a little bit of help from D Xavier.
Now, a bit of standoff between GEEK Fam and D Xavier start to climb down. Damn, already prepared himself for DBS. Lamborghini, the moment they try to clear and pick those corners out, damn Root definitely will try to take down instantly.
So Damroot can play the surprise peekaboo. I see you. Lamborghini has no idea that Damroot is there, but they're taking a different route anyway. The lower they go, the more they will be closer to the action point. Okay, So TODAK still has one player there. Lynx, he has been here for the longest time.
I think Levi will definitely give the information towards the rest of these Xaviers. They will rush towards this side to make sure they will clear out the last player of TODAK. But Damro being founded up by Lamborghini despite he prepared himself with those DBS because he's trying to move away into the circle. So that just happens. But Chua, he fall.
Oh, okay, but who's going to fall next is going to be Ade. Look into the hands of Aizen with his DBS, but Aizen eliminated by Lamborghini from this high ground.
Wow.
I mean, Xavier and their position is just so beautiful right now. The only thing that can force them down is going to be the blue itself.
And the only thing that will force them down is going to be the bullets that's running dry in their magazines here as well. Leng still survived such a long time, but the Nate finished things off. Make it 13 eliminations on the side of these Xavier. There's no stopping. We'll finally kind of finish off our collection of flags there with the finale of the Vietnam region teams, Roy versus these Xaviers.
Yeah, so our dream came true. At least everyone got their own chicken dinner from every region. So now Xavier with a high guard advantage against Roy. Roy with 3 players. Xavier with a full squad still. And they have this huge advantage against a Roy. Now it's down to Xavier to truly wrap things up.
Look at how serious Roy players are right now, focusing on those high grounds. It's difficult for them to find an angle. This is going to be an awkward one. Very steep slope at 90 degrees, but the nades being tossed by the side of these Xaviers. As long as they keep dropping it, it's a no problem, but time well for their explosion. It's super important. Mid-air explosion will be a lot and will be in place here for these Xaviers. But it's going to be difficult for them to see any of the players due to how steep the slope is.
Yeah, I know, right? The line of sight isn't that clear for them. So that could be the difficult part for Xavier now. They're expanding their utilities, but no return yet. Even look at like Porsche. Okay, the Molly finally forced him to move. Okay, that's 50% of how shredded down. But he still has that anger to protect him from Xavier, so he can heal up. But no, Chua says.
It's go time now for these Xaviers. One member down on the side of Roy that leaves with 2 players left. Can't give a bit of a pressure on Levi, but Levi will try to reposition himself. GEEK got down on Lamborghini. It's going to be equal odds here for these 2 teams. 2v3. It's doable for Roy.
Well, yes, by them eliminating Lamborghini, that gives her a little bit of hope. But Baji will say, no hope for you, GEEK. You are down. Now only car left. And Xavier will wrap up the day with a final chicken dinner that came from the Vietnamese region.
I think they just secured around 15 to 17 eliminations. Just last time we saw them at 13. If they add another 3 or 4 just now, that's probably 16 elimination. I mean, with Chua in this lineup, he finally warmed up. Definitely a great play with a good rotation on the side of the Xaviers this time.
Yeah, I know, right? With the high guard advantage that they took, and that gave them a huge advantage in this final few moments. But let's check out some numbers, and let's see here. So it's 8, 11, wow,
16.
11 is 7, is 16, yeah, 16 eliminations by Xavier. Just by being up there, they truly became the bane for so many teams, including TODAK, including XERXIA, and then finally Roy. I mean, that's how they picked up all those eliminations.
I think it was Team Secret that actually have the idol Levi, or was it Roy just now? But Levi definitely will be the MVP with the damage he actually put out for the team, almost 8,000. But personally, I feel like every single player of these Xaviers play a big part in this, because we saw how Parajet and Levi holding the ground against so many teams to try to force them down. And these Xaviers, I mean, definitely that's a good play when it comes to strategy and firepower.
Yeah, even like Chua coming in today, they are still working like a charm. But also to highlight on the other teams, of course, Roy, who came in at 2nd place earlier on, is up here. XERXIA, who had that compound and beautiful defense by XERXIA as well. And XERXIA was also a team that eliminated Boom Esports. But let's release out the best moments here in our final game today.
Speaking of Uncharted Circle, there was a rough ending for our last map of the day, but still fun to watch. Thanks to that, these Xaviers with high ground, 16 eliminations, 26 points. They had a rough day when it comes to their progress, but when it comes to finishing it for day number 1, week 3, I think it's a no problem for these Xaviers.
Yeah, looking good for them with the 26-point haul this time. And for the other teams, we got 2 teams without placement points, but they're still on page 1. So VOIN Donkey and also Alter Ego. But Boom Esports, one of the teams with no points. Same goes with TALON, NKT, and Team PANDUM. But of course, again, another worrying round for Boom.
Multiple failure of rushing into compound. I mean, like XERXIA, when it comes to defense, there was one hack of defense, but Boom, that is like so many times they forced the fight too much that didn't work out for them. But when it comes to our top 4 gunslingers, it's gonna be the Xaviers taking the lead this time with 3,517 damage. Look at the difference between them and XERXIA thanks to the defense. XERXIA scored himself over barely 2,000, but the rest of VOIN Donkey also made it through with Roy.
And this is where it matters, right? The points. So Vampire Esports still holding on to the number 1 spot, although their Miramar matches wasn't that great. But earlier before that, especially the Erangel matches, they were yummy. Oh, well, yummy sounds good too. But Vampire Esports 67 points, still pretty solid up there, followed by VOIN Donkey 59 points, and we got the Xavier who rise up as well. But speaking about Boom, number 16, are you kidding me? When was the last time we see this sort of result for Boom? This is absurd.
This happens when the hot swap happened like last year. This is what actually where they used to be back in like a year ago perhaps, but having a tie with PEA, I mean they have to go back to their drawing board.
Well, Parajin's definitely drawing now because he's the MVP for today with the highest team contribution among them all, number 136%, average survival time, also the highest, 1911 here. Although he hasn't really been in the highlight, right? But yeah, like what you said before, these Xavier, they are a well-oiled machine. All of them work together, every single part for them to come up with the success that they had, especially in the last game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised if Parajin actually squeezed into top gunslingers because he got himself a multiple MVP. Let's hear it up for Vampires though.
Well, hello everyone, welcome to our final interview of the day. And now joining me on stage, we have 2 amazing players from Vampire. Please welcome Stone and also Tony K. Sawadika. So, Stone, you've kicked off this crucial week with incredible momentum, securing 2 chicken dinners, and what has been the key to your success so far?
ก็ในวีคที่3ในวันแรกเราทำได้ดีมากๆนะครับอะไรคือปัจจัยสำหรับความสำเร็จในครั้งนี้
ก็วันนี้ก็ค่อนข้างเล่นได้ดีครับผมก็ซึ่งแบบว่าเก็บคะแนนคิวกับไฟอะไรเงี้ยค่อนข้างสวยครับก็โอเคครับ
We focusing on our performance and we get a lot of points from kill point and place point.
And you guys performed really well for sure. And next, how does it feel to have such a strong start in the final week before the grand final? Does this boost your confidence heading into decisive matches?
ก็เราเปิดหัววีคที่3มาได้ดีมากๆนะครับเราคิดว่าสิ่งนี้มันจะช่วยเพิ่มความมั่นใจให้เรามากน้อยแค่ไหน
ก็แน่นอนครับผมเพิ่มความมั่นใจแล้วครับแล้วก็พยายามเล่นฟอร์มนี้ไปเรื่อยๆครับผม
Definitely we have a lot of confidence and we will try our best to perform our performance.
And you guys are really unstoppable for today, so congratulations. And next, if you see my interview with Rosemary, he stated that Vampire is still far being able to compete with Alter Ego. Do you have any response to Rosemary's statement?
ก็จากที่โรสแมรี่ได้พูดไว้ในสัมภาษณ์ครั้งที่แล้วนะครับว่าแวมไพร์เนี่ยยังไม่ใกล้เคียงกับการเป็นคู่แข่งของเขาเลยมีอะไรอยากบอกเขาหรือเปล่าครับ
ก็แน่นอนครับผมเขาแข่งแค่ในโซนนี้ครับผมพวกผมแข่งในระดับโลกครับ
Definitely he only strong in the SEA Asian but we are on the global.
How about you, Nikki? You have any response to Rosemary?
มีอะไรอยากบอกเขาโรสแมรี่ไหมครับโทนี่เค
ก็จริงๆแล้วคุณก็ไม่ได้เก่งไปมากกับผมนะครับแต่คิดว่าคุณเก่งกว่าผม
Actually you are not better than me don't think like that ever
Wow, I love this rivalry in PMSL. And next, let's move on to Tony K. So Tony K, what is the atmosphere like within the teams after such a successful start to the week, and how are you staying focused on the upcoming matches?
ก็บรรยากาศภายในทีมเราเป็นยังไงบ้างครับหลังจากที่ทีมเราคว้ามาได้ถึง2ไกลแล้วก็เล่นในวันนี้ได้ดีมาก
ก็เล่นแบบไม่กดดันครับ แล้วก็เล่นแบบเชล
ๆ we are not feeling pressure at all and we just chill
Shoot. Okay. And next, how are you balancing the excitement of your recent victories with the need to stay grounded and prepare for the challenges ahead?
ก็หลังจากที่ทีมเราได้ไก่มาถึง2ครั้งเราทำยังไงให้ตัวเองยังมีความสุขุมนุ่มลึกในการเล่นอยู่ครับไม่ตื่นเต้นจนเกินไป
ก็เล่นแบบปกติเลยครับเกมได้ไก่ทำยังไงเกมต่อไปก็ทำอย่างนั้นครับ
just play as usual as we do the last game how we play and the next game we will play like the
Oh, and from what I've seen, when you guys like get the momentum, you guys really unstoppable, and we can see from the result for today. And for the last thing, I think it's gonna be like more spicy for you, Tony K. Rosemary was the week 1 MVP, and Keluk was the week 2 MVP. Are you confident to getting the MVP title from this week 3? And do you think they are a threat to you for getting the MVP title?
ก็วีควันโรสแมรี่เป็น MVP นะครับส่วนวีค2ก็คือเคลุกเป็น MVP วีค3เรามั่นใจแค่ไหนครับว่าเราจะได้ MVP แล้วเราคิดว่า2คนหรือคนอื่นๆที่เรากล่าวถึงมาเป็นคู่แข่งหรือเป็นก้างของคอของเราไหมครับ
ผมมองว่าไม่ได้เป็นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างผมไม่ได้อยากได้วีค3เป็น MVP ด้วยครับเพราะผมอยากได้ไฟนอลมากกว่าครับก็จะเจอของจริงในไฟนอลครับ
so actually I don't really aim for week 3 MVP I aim for final MVP
Wow, aiming for the final MVP. Okay, good luck with that, Tony K. So thank you so much, Stone, and also Tony K, for this amazing interview. And now, let's hear our caster final word to close out the day. And I'll see you again for tomorrow matches. Bye.
I like it, this interview. This one's spicy. But I want to ask Choo a spicy question, right?
Go ahead.
Do you prefer Stone in this hairstyle or in his previous, whichever hairstyle?
A previous, please don't even. I don't know what's going on with PUBG Mobile player fashion, but everybody gonna go for the perm. For what? Why the perm, man?
You got Stone with this hairstyle, and then you got Rosemary with the Charlie Chaplin.
No, I mean, what's wrong with this season's hairstyle? We always have very colorful and cool hairstyle. What's wrong with these guys these days? But you know what? I love the interview by Tony K. That's the first time I see more reaction, emotional expression on the side of Tony K. He's always keeping it cool and, you know, that kind of guy that always macho all the time. But yeah, I love the moment they mention Rosemary. You can see something cooked up with Stone and Tony K, the way they exchange smiles, you know.
Yeah, that's the rivalry that we want to see, right? Vampire Esports and also Alter Ego. So that's cool. But Tony K, you mentioned that he wants to be the final MVP. I hope that also means the trophy, though, because we have seen final MVP sometimes not getting the trophy. Just say it.
I mean, that's difficult to say. We don't want to jinx it too. But I mean, it also says that, you know, I don't really care about the small ones. I would just go for the big ones coming up from Tony K. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, right?
Yeah, that's the message there to Rosemary. So Rosemary gotta watch out. I do like the narrative here for both teams, right? One is a home team, one is a team that has not won the Southeast Asia trophy yet and looking for it. So this is the time for us to see this sort of rivalry. The best time for us to see it.
Yeah, and I do want to see who will get the third week MVP as well, because there's so many amazing plays by the other teams and players too. Like example, the Xavier Spargin is the unspoken warrior out there when it comes to the numbers too. But that's gonna wrap up for our week 3 day number 1. Tomorrow is gonna be a different group. We are reintroducing group B, so make sure you guys stay tuned with us. Same time, same place tomorrow. That's gonna be me, Choo, and Sir Cloud signing off. See you guys tomorrow, and don't forget to like and share, and see you guys. Bye.